Hello, hello. Welcome to the Susie B channel. Welcome in, Rochelle. Good to see you, Ate, Ate Grace and Susanna. Thank you for coming in. Good to see you. It's 10:20 p.m. here in Arizona and 92 degrees still outside. Can you believe that? Happy weekend to everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a wonderful weekend and everybody's having a wonderful day, afternoon, evening, wherever you're at in the world. Uh, it was nice here today. I got some kayaking in, I got some pool time in, and it was like, I don't know, it was like 90, 96, 97, maybe 98. I honestly, I didn't look, but it was warm enough outside to get wet. So and the water felt great after kayaking. I just jumped right into the water, and the water felt great. It was cool, and it's cool on my hot body. Uh, my, because I got hot kayaking. Anyways, didn't mean to say hot body, like, but it was definitely warm, and it was beautiful today. And we're getting a thunderstorm tomorrow, believe it or not. There's a thunderstorm rolling in. I made some fresh homemade lemonade with some dragon fruit. That's delicious. And got my ice cream right here next to me. So I should probably just go throw it back in the freezer. I don't think I'm going to eat any more of this. But it's actually really good. And honestly, I think I'm going to go do that really quick. Let's put some music on. And welcome everybody to the channel. Let's see, let's put it kind of. All right, I'll be right back. Just don't want it to sit out and don't want it to melt anymore. All right, so. Oh gosh, that's too strong. Hold on a second. Okay, should be better. All right. So what's everybody up to? Anything fun this weekend going on? Anything fun? Anything exciting? I was going through the neighborhood news earlier, and what did I find? So a husband and wife were driving home, and they noticed a woman going through a mailbox, and she was really pilfering through someone's mailbox, and they watched her. And after she finished doing that, she continued on to approach a residence with the package on their doorstep, and she picked that up and started walking away with it. And the couple who were watching her actually the husband got out of the car, approached her, and said, "Hey, you need to put that package back. That's not yours. Put it back." And can you believe the woman responded with, "I'm so tired of people leaving their packages on their porch, like it's their fault, right?" She took the liberty to relieve them of their what is it called, their troubles of having a package being left on their their front porch, and so she actually dropped the package. The husband picked it up and returned it back to the residence, and posted this. This was today, uh, and said to the person at a specific address that he's sorry that he didn't stop her in time before she was pilfering through their mail. So that was a good thing. I'm glad that that guy stood up finally, because the porch bandits are notorious around here for and going through mail. That's just really bad. But I'm glad that he actually stood up to these people and let them know that we're not going to put up with this anymore. And it's not tolerated. So I remember reading that. And let's see, what is this? Oh, there was a man who just, I don't know if this was somebody's garage. So he had a bunch of tools. This resident had a bunch of tools sitting. It doesn't look like quite like a garage. Maybe it's a carport, but he had let's see, what did he take? Oh, $3,000 total value of tools. He said it was 45 years of tools. That's a long time. This guy just pulls up right in front in a red truck. His truck is on camera. Here, I'll show you guys. How bold. Let me just see if I can close this. Can I close that at all? Let's see if I can. It's gonna show that. Okay, well, so this is the actual man who decided to just pull up, right? Look at his age. So he's he's not very young, and he's not really too old, but he's old enough to know better. This is the truck he pulled up in, and he just decided to grab everything in this guy's carport, gloves and all. Just kind of like he just he actually looks like a boss. He looks like a supervisor, or maybe a supervisor of a construction company that just decided to cut corners with the cost of equipment and saw an opportunity and decided to take it. But he doesn't look like the type of person that's really worried about what he's taking. He's just very bold and kind of like it was his, right? His stuff. He's just grabbed everything, all the tools, everything this guy had, loaded it up in his truck, and decided to leave with it all. Just right there, like that's how clear the photo is that was captured of this person, and just drove away. Just drove away. So he said this happened like so fast. Let me see. He said he did all that in about 7 minutes. 7 minutes. He said he was measured. He wore gloves. He did kind of give a description of the truck, everything he was wearing. 5'9", to 6 foot tall, 50 to 65. So yeah, I don't know if there's an actual, okay, let's see, what's this guy say? There's someone giving their, I don't see any really updates on if he got any of his stuff back. Someone's offering to sell this person that got his that lost all his tools, a bunch of tools for very cheap. So that's the only thing really. So it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that that's happening. So that's that post, and let's see. That's how quick something can happen around here. 7 minutes, literally. This guy, you know, he could have been in the bathroom, right? He just got home, put all his stuff down for 7 minutes, and hey, Chris, how you doing? And when he walks out, all his tools are gone. Can you believe that? There's actually people who sit. People actually canvass the neighborhoods. They'll walk through neighborhoods. This has happened in our neighborhood, and I actually go out and make sure that I make sure that I make it known that I seen them, and make sure that they seen me, seen them. Right? They've seen me. They watched me watching them, and I actually just stare them right in their faces, so that they get uncomfortable. And they usually have backpacks, and they walk through the neighborhoods, and they're basically canvassing the neighborhoods. They're checking to see what's left outside, who's home, how many houses are empty. These are the things that they do. So how you doing, Chris? What's going on with you? Everything good? Happy weekend to you. Rochelle says hello. And so if you're not like a very observant person, I don't go out in the front yard a lot, but we do have cameras out there. So anybody walking by or close to the house, we get notified. So, but we can just jump on the camera and just, you know, check to see what's going on in the front yard. And the only way to really find out what's going on is if you're out in the front doing like yard work or doing something out in the yard. Like I was out there today and checking on all the plants, adjusting the sprinklers and watering. I did some heavy watering today, and you know, that's the best way to keep an eye on everything, kind of just like look around, see who's walking around. But what's funny is around here, because it gets so hot during the day, all the residents, mainly all the residents, whoever does their evening stroll, you know, their evening walk, they go in the evening because it's too hot during the day. And like even now, it's 92 degrees out right now. So you get people taking a walk between 8 and 2 in the morning. I've seen several females walking around the block at like 2 in the morning, just you know, in their jumper outfits or their you know, like their sweat outfits or you know, exercise clothing. And mainly all, you know, usually one of the women that I've noticed often, she's usually on her phone, and she's speakerphone. You could totally hear her whole conversation as she walks around past the houses and stuff. But there's another gal that walks through, and she's usually in a gray hoodie and a little younger, but not that young. She's probably like maybe 28, 29, maybe 30. And she walks through real late at night because I was out there one night. Um, I think I was fertilizing the plants. I like to do it real late so that the smell doesn't bother anybody. And by morning, it's pretty much gone. But anyways, that's why I was out there, and I noticed that. But people do. Uh, I need a kick and go. People do walk through here late at night because it's cooler. Hey, Stats, how you doing? And to you, ma'am. Uh, so yeah, just sitting here. I'm gonna actually put the link up in the chat, and we'll put that. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. So yeah, I was just kind of going through the neighborhood app, and someone lost a beautiful bird and actually found it. Thank goodness it was spotted across the street, and they were able to come and reunite with their lost bird. So that was a great story, great happy ending. The fox, the woman who had the fox in her yard that gave birth, she actually put water out for them now, so they're actually staying a while. So that was the most recent update on that. See, I'm just kind of scrolling through here to see if I missed anything. There's some beautiful flowers that were posted. What are those? Hibiscus. Oh, those are so pretty. Gosh, those are pretty. They look almost like paper flowers. A lot of animal posts. Okay. Two tortoises were found. So yeah, kick and go. That would be fun. What does this one say? Oh, here's an interesting thing. Who's that? Is that you, Chris? How you doing, Chris? Good to see you.
The bus stopped with a jerk and then I got off.
Oh really? Were you on a bus?
Not in years.
Yeah. I'm actually, the last time I rode a bus was in high school, I think. It's called the Visalia City Central. We called it the VCC. Central bus. I think we used it to ditch.
Actually, the last bus I was on, I owned.
Oh, really? You owned a bus?
I bought an old school bus and turned it into a schoolie.
Oh, that's cool. Hi, freckle face artist. How you doing? Yeah.
I spent 2 years. Spent 2 years building it up. Took it on one trip and then sold it for 3 times what I had in it.
Wow, you must have did a good job with it. With the person who purchased it was very impressed, huh?
Well, I set it up where it was pretty much self-contained. So,
Right. And that's a big thing now. Anything self-contained on wheels is gold on the market. It's very highly sought after. Is a lot of vehicles like that. It's cheaper. It's cheaper way of living, honestly, if you think about it. If you don't have nothing really to lose and you got everything that you own in a box or a bag, that's the best way to live.
So as long as you kept your supply tank full of water, you kept your gray and black tanks empty, and had fuel in it. It's self-contained. So
Oh, you gave it a RV setup, huh? That's
yeah,
nice.
yeah, I that's basically what you do with an old school bus if you're going to convert it.
Yeah, that's nice with the black and gray tanks because that compostable toilet. I'm not. I don't know if I really ever understood how that really worked.
I
Although
almost
you,
went, I almost went with a compost toilet and changed my mind at the last minute. So
I think that's a deal breaker right there. Is the difference between a compost toilet and a black and gray tank. I would definitely not do the compost toilet. I don't know if I'd want to be handling that all the time. Although you
well,
have,
I mean, it would make life a little easier as far as maintenance and like that goes. But you got to weigh all that against comfort and preference. So
right, right. Hey Scully, how you doing? Good to see you, Scully Pups. Oh, that's neat. So you converted a bus into a basically self-contained home, basically on wheels.
yeah, I mean, it's not hard to do. It's more time consuming than everything if you want to do it right.
Yeah,
So, and I didn't have time to stay on it constantly, working and all like that. So it was a little bit here and a little bit there. That's the reason it took me a couple of years to get it done.
yeah. You drinking some coffee, Scully? What color was it?
Well, naturally it was yellow when I bought it, but when I got through with it, it was turquoise and white.
Oh, that sounds pretty. Two-tone, huh? Was there a white stripe down the middle?
No, top part was turquoise and the bottom part was white.
Oh, neat. That's neat. You got a hat on today.
Yeah,
Is
I've
it
got my fedora on.
is it bad hair day?
No, uh, no, it's just my old fedora. I wear it from time to time. I don't wear it all the time, but
Uh,
so the thing about it is I bought this old fedora in a Goodwill store about 15 years ago. I gave $10 for it, and
goodbye.
I've been offered $100 for it.
Wow. You having
So
black tea? That's yeah, I guess goodbye, huh? It looks good on you. Scully says he's having black tea, but the overlay is making him want some coffee, huh? Should I put some cold coffee on there? I'm not really very much of a hat person. I tried putting on a baseball hat, but it just doesn't feel right, look right.
well,
Oh,
it's either wear a hat or have the sun gleaming off the top of my head and blinding you. So
either way's fine, honestly.
I mean, first it turned gray, then it fell away. So
Yeah. You like that little lady, Scully? Thank you. So when is all this gonna disappear, like you said?
do what now?
All this, you said you were thinking about trimming it down.
Yeah, I know. I'm lazy.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Scully.
it, it'll be one of those days I'll get a wild hair up my ass and go do it. So
Yeah. Well, you said you were getting soup in your beard. Like, if you trimmed it real close to your lip, would it still get all over your beard?
well, and I thought about that, and I thought, well, hell, if I cut it off, what am I going to do with my leftovers?
You won't have anywhere to store them anymore?
Yeah, I mean, this way I don't even have to get up and go to the fridge. I've already got them, so.
Good point. Thanks, Scully. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. Scully Pops. Yeah, so I finally got out in the pool today. Well, I've been getting in the pool since the weather's been warmer. It's so nice. Finally getting to kayak again.
Uh-oh.
What?
Are you just into all kinds of activities? Pinball wizard, and, doing the I Spy thing earlier I seen.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit of everything. Just kind of
Kayaking.
changing it up a little bit. I need the exercise, honestly. I need to build up my body back again because oh gosh, I haven't.
Well, I hear you. I'm turning into a fat shit myself, so.
That's fat. The fat. It's like it's reverting back to baby fat. But it's not. It's from your arms. The skin starts to crease like when babies, the chubby babies with the creases in their limbs.
Well,
Uh-oh.
my problem is I can look at a snack cake and gain 5 pounds. So
See, I don't really have to worry about that part. I just need to be more active. I'm not really big on too many sweets, although it does look like I am always consuming sweets when I'm live, but it's not very often. Like I got
well,
a blizzard today, an ice cream blizzard in a long
I'm
time.
I'm finding these flavored vapes are pretty much quelling my sweet tooth. So
They do help a lot, huh? I just
I mean this one here is bomb pop flavored.
Bombot. Okay, so I got this one's called a Digi flavor right here, and it's really cool. And it's blue raz ice, and then my backup one here is peach berry ice.
Yeah,
When
my backup's Geek Bar sour apple.
oh, that's a good one. I like Geek Bar. I found this one called Pine Pod, and it's actually really good. It's got these cool lights. I love the lights on them. They're just kind of really cool.
So this one here is called a Kato bar.
Kato Bar.
Yeah.
Yes, this one's called Digi Flavor Sky. Digi Flavor, and then this Pine Pod, Pyne. Actually, not too bad. I hate to throw these away too because they're so cool, the lights and everything. Like I hate to throw that because it's like a little screen.
Well, why don't you save a bunch of them and make some kind of an art craft out of it? Like say, do you know how to work with acrylics and stuff like that? You make you a table.
Yeah. How would I get them to work though? I mean, I'd have to really know how to do
if you're putting in acrylic, they're not going to work. So,
oh well,
it's going to be more for show than anything. I mean, if you've used them all up, where they don't have anything left in them, what else are you going to do with them besides throw them away?
Yeah. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hang on.
So, I only mention that because you do have that artistical streak about you, and so it might be something for you to consider.
Yeah, I would really like the light functions to work though. That's what draws my eye to them is the lights.
But the only way that's going to happen, the only way the lights work is if you're pulling on it.
Well, it is chargeable though. Oh, that's right. You're right. You have to pull on it.
Yeah, you have to pull on it for it to light up. So
yeah, that probably wouldn't work unless I rewire it.
Well, good luck in all that.
Yeah, it's. I think it's possible though.
Well, I
Thank you,
mean,
Scully.
you'd have to cut the plastic case open, and it's so thick and plastic. Of course, they made them that way when they first started making them. They were blowing up in people's faces. Remember?
Yeah,
That's
there
why.
actually still are.
Yeah, that's why the plastic is so thick. So if it does happen, you're not going to get hurt.
Oh,
So,
yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Not try to mess with them then. But yeah, they're just so cool. I like the little light features on them.
is this Sir ZZ Top talking? Well, hell, I've been called that and worse.
Hi, Cockroach. Scully says, I think once you hit 50, you're forever trying to build your body back. Oh my God. Yeah, I got to be careful because I'm almost there. So I got some stuff to work on.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. So,
Thank goodness I come from a family with good genes because the wrinkles don't even come until not even until the 80s. So I'm kind of fortunate, but still, I don't want to like. I got to take advantage of that.
well, hell, I've got good genes. None of them are Levi's, but still, they're good genes.
Yeah. How you doing, Cockroach? Thank you, Scully. I got a great sense of motion and balance in making content. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Good jeans, wearing great jeans. Yeah, when my father passed, he didn't have a wrinkle on his face. I think he had maybe a slight faded crow's feet right here, but not honestly, not really. Only when he smiled they showed, but they didn't stay there. And my mom, she looks pretty darn good for 82. You good, Cockroach? That's good.
So, anyway, I hadn't talked to you in a minute, so I figured I'd come by for a few, just say hey and pick at you a little.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, unless you want another history lesson, you seem to enjoy those.
Oh, sure.
What do you want me to tell you about this time?
Well, you're pretty knowledgeable on mechanics and things. I'm sure it's going to be something with the motor. You're going to send me on a wild goose chase again on some classical vintage piece of motor art.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you was always impressed every time I sent you to something.
And yeah, I still am. I was talking to my hubby about that Volkswagen scooter, and it was like, I told him he goes, oh, he thought they were actually being manufactured. And I said, I don't think so. They're not being manufactured, right? This is something you have to fabricate on your own, right?
Well, they fabricate them, but yeah, you can buy one. You got to order it and they build it.
Really? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Thank you, Cockroach. Yeah, that was, gosh, back in, I think, 2015.
All right. Well, tell you what, I got a buddy of mine. He's pretty much well-to-do, and he collects old cars and stuff like that. And whenever he finds one, locally, someplace within a couple of 100 miles, he'll get me to go with him to go look at it and make sure that it is what it is.
Uh-huh.
Let me give you this. If you want to look it up, look up some pictures of a very, very unusual car. Type in 39-gram shark nose.
Uh, oh, you know, that reminds me of the Roger Rabbit car.
It's a wild looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, that is crazy looking. Looks like a shark nose.
So that was 1939, and those cars were actually supercharged.
Whoa. Oh my God, there's a beautiful gray one. Oh my gosh. Looks like a car from an old movie. I've never seen one of those.
Well, not very many people have, so that's
What?
only the third. The one we went and looked at was only the third one that I've ever seen.
Oh my God, that thing is beautiful, gorgeous. And it's not too overly big with the guy standing next to it. Oh, that thing is cool. It is called a shark nose, right?
Yeah,
Called
that's
the
what it's
shark.
called.
That's what it looks like. Oh, you said shark nose. I typed in short nose. Or did you say short nose?
No, I said shark nose.
Oh, oh. Okay. I'm still hearing short nose for some reason. Yeah, that's cool looking.
So I thought you might be impressed.
Yeah, that's neat. That's pretty neat looking. So what did you do today? You didn't work today, did you?
Yeah,
What the heck? No days off?
not usually. I'm sure I'll be doing something tomorrow too.
Wow.
Memorial Day was actually the first whole day that I'd had off in 6 months.
Wow. How long you gonna be keeping this up?
Well, I mean, that's the way it is when you own and run a business. So
Yeah, that's true. I worked for someone who owned a cab company, and I never had a day off, actually. I was just like, what's the point? I'm not going to do anything anyways. Might as well just make money while I'm bored. And have a little fun. I thought it was fun.
So, well, all I'm doing now is just fattening up the kids' inheritance. So,
Yeah, that's nice.
a lot of my friends are like, why? Hell, spend the kids' inheritance. Well,
Oh,
I should really, but I won't.
gives you something to live for, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you want to take a trip somewhere that you've never seen?
Well, I mean, you got to remember, I was a truck driver for 30 years. So,
Well,
and
didn't
as far as leaving the country, no. I have no desires to go overseas. I've been to Mexico. I've been to Canada. Been to Alaska.
you were driving through though,
Yeah.
drive-bys?
Well, still, I've pretty much seen all I really want to see. So,
Well, that's good at least.
I mean, hell, nowadays, you go to get on an airplane, damn TSA wants to talk to you like you're a dog, and if you say anything about it, they put you on a terrorist list.
Yeah.
So, And I'm way too high strung for all that. So sorry, I guess it's just the asshole in me.
Well, no, you're right. People don't deserve to be treated. Everyone is not a criminal. They shouldn't treat everyone like one. That's
So
the flaw.
so
Flaw in
besides all that, you never catch me getting on a commercial airplane. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not scared of flying. I love to fly, but one of my morbid hobbies is aviation accidents. So, it's always fascinated me, something like a 747 goes down, it always fascinates me as to what brought it down. And so, as far as airplanes goes, it's not one single thing that brings one down. It's a series of events that coincide with each other to make the perfect storm. So,
I would say would contribute. The lack of maintenance would be the contributing factor to
yeah,
something
that's a large
like
part
that.
of it.
Yeah, not repairing stuff and cutting corners and let's just do 100 more runs before we actually really fix it. That's kind of scary. And they make good money too. You would think that they would pour some of that back into maintaining the body of that big old baby.
Well, they'll go out of their way to convince you that they do, but and some airlines do actually spend extra money for it, but then you end up paying for it. So, but even the best maintained airlines, accidents happen. So,
All that
due
money
to
can't.
mechanical failures.
All that money and the cost of a plane ticket cannot be just going into um, maintaining personnel to run it. There's no way. There's no way. Where's all the extra money going? It's not. It can't be all being used to employ the personnel that work. Because you only have what one stewardess, two pilots usually per flight. Like, where's the rest of the
Uh,
money going?
Depends on the plane. So, it depends on how big a plane is as to how many stewardess are on board.
Oh, right. I've seen actually three on a flight before, maybe four. And then the fuel, I get that, but still, I mean, they're doing how many flights a day? Two and three and four sometimes.
More than that,
Yeah.
and you consider more times than not, those planes don't stop. One crew gets out of it and another one gets in it.
Uh-huh. It's just poor management.
So I'm just saying, it's just one of the many reasons, why I won't get on a commercial plane. So
Yeah, I get it. Totally get it.
so if I do have to take a plane somewhere, I'll catch a corporate jet. You can actually book flights on a corporate jet. So
And the difference between that and a regular one?
well, I mean, corporate jets like a little Lear jet, um, and a lot of these corporations, they don't want their executives to die, so they tend to pay more attention to maintenance and upkeep on the plane. So
But don't those have a? Or isn't the turbulence felt stronger in the smaller ones like that?
really, it just depends on what altitude you're flying at.
Do you fly below the standard airliner?
I mean, if
Or
you're flying at 7,000 to 8,000 feet, that's bumpy as hell.
Okay. So
The
the
higher
higher you
you
get.
the higher you get, the smoother it gets.
Oh. That's probably because of the, what is that wind thing called? That wind, jet stream, the airstream or something. What's it called? Jet stream? The airstream? I don't know.
The jet stream just means the direction that the wind's going.
There's like a flow of the wind that's at a certain altitude, isn't it? Always in that specific spot. The airstream, I don't know if I'm even describing it right. I don't know. So what is the price of one of those corporate jets? Is it same or is it a little more pricey?
It's quite a bit more. So, if you booked a flight on a corporate jet, you're talking a minimum, $2,000.
I was thinking, have you ever been on a cruise?
No.
That's something I would entertain, maybe an Alaskan one.
Somebody was trying to get me to go on a singles cruise last year, and I'm like, no, I got better shit to do.
Singles cruise. That means everybody's single on the cruise?
Do what now?
Does that mean that everybody was single on the cruise?
Yeah, that's what it is, singles cruise.
Oh, that could be awkward. That's just too awkward. Looking at everybody knowing that they're all single and you're like, oh, everybody's like looking around like, oh.
Yeah, everybody goes on there looking to get laid.
Jeez. Yeah, that's like a meat market on the water, huh?
For the most part.
I don't think I'd ever go on one of those, even if I was single. This just sounds awkward. It's like everybody's expecting everybody to do something, right? It's just like, I don't know. It just feels weird.
Morning, YKB. How you doing, buddy?
YKB poppin'. Hey, YKB, how are you? Sun's out? Where's YKB at?
Right there.
I mean,
oh, you're talking about where he lives?
Is he in UK?
Yeah, he's Scotland, I believe. Scotland, right, YKB.
7 a.m. over there. Oh, it was so pretty today. Oh, we're gonna get a thunderstorm. And welcome into June, actually.
Yeah, it just finally just stopped raining here. Hell, it's been raining the last 10 days.
Wow. That means pretty flowers and things. Green, everything turns green. Is it green where you're at? Very green?
Yeah, YKB, I know you got a fake accent.
Manchester. Wow.
We was up on a panel one night, and this guy kept telling him that his accent was fake.
Oh.
So he was a troll. So.
Oh, that's horrible. YKB's an awesome guy. Hi, Miss Kathy. How are you? Miss Kathy, I'm so sorry about that live that one day. What was I making? I made the stromboli, and you kept saying hello, hello. I didn't see that. Honestly, I wasn't ignoring you. I just want to say I apologize for that. She's like, don't you see what I'm writing? Poor Miss Kathy. Good to see you, Miss Kathy. I see you. I see you. YKB's off to shops for skins and bread. What does skins mean? Like, is that meat?
Either that or rolling papers.
Oh, oh, that's okay. Thank you, Miss Kathy. I was not ignoring you. You know, I wouldn't do that on purpose. I do go back and watch the videos to make sure I don't miss anybody in the chat because, like, I like to acknowledge everybody. So ever since people start saying Susie ignores her chat, certain specific people. But yeah, I do try to acknowledge everybody. Skins. Rolling papers. That's what that means.
That's usually what it means.
You like a chili dog, Chris?
Oh hell, I love a good chili dog.
Do you know how to make the chili that goes on the hot dog?
Oh well, yeah, I could make it. Why?
So I watched a recipe last evening on a person showing how to make the chili. And we had a little hot dog stand growing up by the library, and it was called Taylor's Hot Dogs. And the chili that they put on their hot dogs was a thick meat, really rich red, dark red. And I always wondered how they got it that color. But now I know. But the flavor on that was something that I never could find again
Well,
anywhere.
I make a squirrel meat chili that comes out like that. So
Oh my God, it had like a tangy, almost a little, a hint of vinegar in there, just a hint, just to give it that nice finish with the meaty and then all the flavor. And all the guy put in there was tomato juice, onions, and salt, I think, pepper. I think he put a little pepper in it. And it looked very similar to the chili I remembered eating growing up.
well, the meat makes the flavor. So
What he did was he mashed up the ground beef in tomato sauce and got it all mixed together and then cooked it, and then he drained that and then he put it back in the pot. It was very fine, very small. And he put more tomato sauce in it with onions that were half cooked, and he let it cook together, and he added tomato paste to it and chili powder. It was extra dark chili powder that he put in there, and that's like all he put in there, and it looked really good. But I don't know if it's gonna have that flavor. So I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. That slight hint of vinegar. It's a slight, almost like a peppercini flavor. Just a splash of it thrown in there, but enough to flavor the meat, but not overpower it.
like maybe balsamic vinegar.
You think so? Because I'm tempted to make a small batch just to see what it's going to come out like in that recipe. See what the flavor is going to be like. Because maybe the tomato juice is what gives it that flavor, but I don't know. And of course, the tomato paste has that nice little twang to it, especially if it's left thick.
That sounds like Duke's mayonnaise. It's got twang.
I like the twang. I like that twang in my meat, the sauces. Did he put sugar in that? No, I don't think he did. I don't think he put sugar in there. I don't think he did. Did he? I don't think so. But I am so tempted to make a small batch of that just to see.
Well, all you can do is try. Maybe you'll hit it, maybe you won't.
Yeah, because that was like I've never been able to find that flavor again. It's almost like the Wiener Schnitzel place, right? Do you have Wiener Schnitzel around your parts? Never
Uh,
heard of it.
no, I know what Wiener Schnitzel is, but no, we don't have any place that specializes in it.
Yeah, it's usually they're I've seen them a lot here in Arizona. That's the Wiener Schnitzel car. It's a big old it's a big car that looks like a big hot dog that says Wiener Schnitzel on it.
Oh, I wished I was an Oscar Mayer wiener.
It's an
Then
Oscar Mayer.
everyone could eat on me.
A tablespoon of sugar helps with the sauce. He may have put sugar in it. I'd have to go back and look at and rewatch it. Um, Actually, I could pull it up real quick and see and look at the ingredients. It's in the description. I wonder if he did put sugar in it because I long for that flavor. And if I could figure out how to make it, boy, I would make a nice big batch and freeze it and just have it there. Where is it? Is this it? The channel's called The Farmer Pastor's Wife. No, that's not it. Sorry. That's not it.
Susie, I'm gonna run along, sweetie.
Okay, you have a.
I just stopped by for a few to say hey and
Well,
to
thanks for
wish
popping
you.
in.
Absolutely, I appreciate you having me up. So
Yeah.
have yourself a great stream and a fine rest of your weekend.
All right. Thank you. It is a fourth cup of sugar in there.
Oh, we'll see y'all.
We'll see you. Thank you, Chris. Good night. Yeah. So it was well, he made a big batch for a church party, but he used 5 pounds of hamburger, 2 46-ounce cans of tomato juice, 4 teaspoons salt, 3 large onions diced, salt for the onions, half cup of chili powder, a teaspoon of pepper, a fourth cup of sugar, and then a can of tomato paste. So that's the chili that he created for his chili dogs. And it looked really good, but I don't see anything in there that would give it that twang. And I always ask that company that had that little hot dog stand, it's called Taylor's Hot Dogs, what that flavor was, and they would never tell me. They said it was a secret, their family secret. Miss Kathy said bye to Chris. Chris says bye, madame. They just can't get over the moose thing, can they, Miss Kathy? I seen you was in that other stream, Chris. Yeah, maybe it is that balsamic vinegar, but it wasn't. It didn't overpower the whole sauce. It was. You could taste a hint. It was once you already had swallowed the food and you had a little chili still on the back of your tongue. And plus you could taste it once you took a bite, but it would still linger that flavor, and it was so freaking good. Those hot dogs, you would just wolf those things down because they were so good. It was a very addicting flavor. And you remembered it too, and there's no other place that could make the chili like that. The hot dog sauce. So, before Chris came up, I found this thing on Nextdoor where this guy walked up to somebody's front door, and this is what he was saying. A young male came to our door asking if we use our dogs to bark at people. or if they just bark on their own. He said he was new to Arizona and thinks people are using their dogs to bark at him. He kept asking more strange questions. It was very weird. And this is the guy. someone in the someone in the chat in the comments said mental. I would not have opened my door, they said. But yeah, that's what's happening over here, guys. Is there's some strange people lurking. There's another person that says I think he's got mental issues as well. Somebody says ask him where did he come from? Where did he come here from? Mars? Using your dogs to bark at him like we can control when a dog barks or a cat meows. Tell him to GTF out of here with that. Someone says, "Oh my God, you made my day." Is that you, Miss Kathy? Is it really you? Hi,
Yeah.
Miss Kathy. How are you?
I thought I'd come up for a few minutes and say hi.
Oh, thank you. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a strange one. Walking up to somebody's resident, asking them, are you using your dog to bark at me?
What?
This is the weirdness that happens here in these cities, big cities.
Well, of course. But, you know, it's not just in the big cities. It's just the cities have more people, you know, and you see more craziness because there's more people. But it's all over the place.
Here's another porch pirate right here. Look at this lady. She looks like a grandma already. She's walking up someone's porch and taking their package.
Yeah.
That's just so disturbing.
It is. It is.
I just don't know. Her face is clear as day right there. I mean, it's perfect.
Well, you know, we have cameras, you know, throughout our area, you know, on our property.
Mm-hmm.
So we would be able to see that as well. But if somebody was to, you know, walk around outside, you know, or like say my son or something would go outside or whatever, my alarm will go off on my phone. So
yeah, that's ours too.
Yeah.
Those sensors, right? The sensors go off and
but he would say, I put that up, but I know you're up through the night, so you'll be able to scan anybody that's around the house at that time.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Did you do anything special today, Miss Kathy?
Oh, not really too special.
Yeah, just the same old thing, huh?
Just another day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 90 degrees here right now.
It's only 49 here.
Ooh, it's nice and cool and crispy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I feel sorry for the animals in this heat. I go out and I like to water as soon as I get up or a little after. I like to wet down the whole yard, the walls, the sidewalks, everything for the cat, so he has somewhere cool to lay. He likes the wet grass.
Well, they live in a climate for a reason, though.
Yeah.
You know,
He won't come inside in the air in the AC. Can you believe that?
well,
He would rather be outside. So it's
it's
not
kind
like
of
I.
like it's kind of like I was raised in this area, so my body's used to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it does get cold. It can get cold, at times, but you get used to your area. So,
Yeah.
and animals are, they're in an area, and that they'll get used to it as well.
Yeah.
And animals are very resourceful.
Hmm. He finds the coolest places to lay too. Plus, I went out front to water everything down up there and water the grass, and there was
Mhm.
just a neighborhood cat in our front porch laying in the corner, and I came out slowly and he was a little startled, but I assured him I wasn't going to hurt him. The black cat, right? So
Mhm.
he's just trying to keep out of the sun and keep cool. And I wasn't going to shoo him away. Like that's he can lay there. It just didn't bother
Really,
me.
what was it hurting?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been. He wasn't hurt. It wouldn't have done any good to just yell at him. Poor little thing. So, and then I found a baby praying mantis in the house today, as small as your fingernail, and
Oh,
he was crawling on the floor. And,
oh.
again, I'm like, I'm not gonna hurt you, and I like put my hand in front of him, and he was kind of dodging it, and he
Mhm.
was trying to go the other way, and I finally kept telling him, I talked to everything.
Oh
I
no.
kept telling him, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'll take you outside so you can go eat and drink and whatever. And then he just jumped on my finger. He just literally jumped on it, and I was like, "Okay, here we go." And I'm like taking this little thing outside. He was so little. Oh,
Mhm.
so cute. I don't know how he got in, but good thing I seen him because like
Well,
I
you gotta jump on your pant leg when you're outside real quick, and you come in, and you don't realize it because he was so small to begin with.
right, and he
Yeah.
was like he wasn't even green. He was like a kind of a brownish. And
Mm.
he blended in so well, and the floor. I only seen him because the floor was darker than him. And I was like, I looked at, and I was like, oh my god, he was a baby, just a little tiny baby, so small, so cute. This is where you can share the comments here. Yeah, so all I did today was I watered the grass, I soaked the grass, and got in the pool a little bit, kayaked.
Mhm.
That was nice. Had some chili dogs today and a little bit of a blizzard. Made some lemonade. Do you
Did
ever
you?
do sun tea?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you like
Yeah.
sun tea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like tea. I do drink coffee because it's more convenient,
Hmm.
but I actually do like tea even better than coffee.
Hmm. Nice sun tea.
I was actually a tea drinker before I was ever a coffee drinker.
Yeah.
And, but when you go to work, and uh, that coffee that coffee pot in the break room, all you have to do is just put your coffee cup under and press the button, and and then you could walk out with your coffee if you wanted. It's easier. So that's when I
Hmm.
started drinking coffee more.
Yeah.
Did you ever get like a nice sized roast and slice it uh, into slices, then pound it, and then take a, ta put it in a bowl of vinegar water and just set it in the refrigerator and let it set?
No.
Then when you get it out, you of course you empty the water and everything, the vinegar water, and then bread it with flour. That you put the egg, and then you dunk it in that, and then you dunk it in the flour. Well, you dunk it in the flour first, then you dunk it in the egg, and the stuff, and then you dunk it back into the flour. But you make sure your pan is hot, because then you throw it into your frying pan and fry it.
Wow.
And it don't take long. It don't take long to fry it like that.
Oh, that sounds good. Well, what kind of vinegar did you say?
I just said vinegar. I didn't, it can be white or brown vinegar,
That sounds like it would be really tasty.
My dad, when I was a kid, he had told me, he had said to me, called me by my real name, but he'd say, slice that roast up. I go, what are we going to do, Daddy? What are we going to do? And he goes, I'll show you. And then we had the meat tenderizer. And he goes, now pound that meat. And he was showing me, how to do this. So, and meanwhile, he was getting the vinegar water in a bowl. And I'm looking at him like, what are they going to do with that vinegar? And then he says, now put the meat in it. Now we're going to put it in the refrigerator, and we're going to let it set overnight. Or if we did it in the morning, it would be ready by supper time.
Oh, okay. So you let it sit for a while.
Yes. And it had, the vinegar tenderized it with the tenderizer, with the tenderizer that you're pounding in it too. But you can cut it really nice and everything. It is really, to me, it was good. And then you can put any kind of spice in it you want, or on top of it. If you want to put something on top yourself, you can. My dad liked mushrooms, fried mushrooms. So
it's kind of like a chicken fried steak, huh? Almost.
Yeah, pretty much, kind of like that. Yeah, because you can do that as well with the chicken. You can tenderize your chicken and do the same thing. But I wouldn't. I'd never put it in vinegar because that vinegar does give it that meat a flavor.
Yeah, I like that flavor.
But it's not a real vinegary taste, but it does give it a nice flavor.
That sounds wonderful. I've never tried that. It sounds like the same way you would batter and fry a chile relleno.
Well, it'd be something.
Yeah, that's something different. Kind of sounds like one of those, a little like a chicken fried steak, but when I was in Austria, they had something called, gosh darn it. What was that fried steak, battered fried steak that they all love? What the heck is that called? It's so popular there. It's so good. Oh my god! It's like a fried chicken, but there's steak in the middle. The batter is like fried chicken batter. It's so delicious. It's not a strudel. I keep that strudel word keeps coming in my mind, but it's not what it's called. Darn, it's gonna bother me. Schnitzel. That's what it is. That place that we went to, it's the schnitzel It came out so good. It's a pork sirloin with breadcrumbs.
Mm.
But this thing had the crust of like fried chicken. It was
Mm-hmm.
so good. So
Yeah.
light and oh my gosh, it was so good. And it's so
My aunt would always, people would call my aunt for an Italian recipe, and she would give it out, because they have 8 at her home and stuff like that, and I've had the same experiences as well. And her and I were talking one day, and she says, and I said, well, she goes, what are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm writing down a recipe. She goes, for what? And I said, oh, one of the girls at work want the recipe. She goes, don't give it to them. And I said, why not? She goes, I've had this problem. She goes, they come to my house and they eat. They want the recipe, and then they go home and they make it. And then they call me and complain that it don't turn out right. Then they tell me that I've left something out because they don't want me, because they say I don't want them to make it like her, like me,
oh.
And she goes, I don't do that. But when you say you put this in a separate bowl and you put this stuff and you stir it up first, then you add it to something else. Then you don't see what they were doing was throwing it all in one bowl. And she was trying to explain that to him. Well, that shouldn't make a difference. Well, it does. That's why I told you, separate it first. Work with that first, and then you add it to the other ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, there's a reason why I tell you that. And she goes, when anybody asks, I don't give out. So that's why I would say, when people had asked me, I said, I don't give out recipes, because if they don't do it right, they're going to say, well, that wasn't good, but,
Well, I like that steak, that roast that you're talking about.
Yeah.
It sounds really good.
It is good. And I heard you talking about the chili over the hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the good chili maker. I can make it, but I don't think that I'm the best at it. It's not that my family wouldn't eat it. It's just that I don't think I think there's people that can do a lot better, and I've had better than mine.
I know there's a secret ingredient in there, because this recipe that I just saw, it looks like it, but I don't know if it tastes like it.
Well, I had a friend that would make the the stuff, the chili over the hot dog. Now this is weird. She would make the chili, cook it down, and and it had beans in it, right?
Oh.
All right. But after it was cooked down and everything, she would put it into this little blender that she had, and it would be all clopped up, and then she would heat it back up and put it over the hot dog.
Oh.
Yeah. So
cooling it and then reheating it probably caused something to happen?
Well, it didn't matter. What she did was she cooked it after it was cooked down. Then she put it back. Then she put it into that little blender. And then she got it to where it was thicker in the blender, because everything's mixing up together. And and that would cool it down a little bit by just messing with it anyway. But she would, put it in the pan. Then she would put more, in the blender and just do that. And then she had enough to, for the topping of the hot dog. But she would heat it up again, to make sure it's nice and hot for the hot dog on top of the hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stat says we put it over hot dogs, but don't cook it down or blend it. So the trick this guy was showing when he was cooking, he goes, I know it sounds weird, it's really gross, and people don't like to put their hands in it, but he goes, you have to get your hands in it and mix it with the tomato sauce because
right. See, but your hands. See, they're doing it with their hands. She just did it with the blender. So what you're doing is you're putting your hands in to mix it.
Yeah.
And
to break it down.
Yeah, to break it down. So her putting it in the blender, it just mixed it up more. But that's the way she did it, and that was,
Well, that's kind of like how you can buy it out of the can. It seems like it's blended, huh? Because it's so fine. It's finely chopped.
Right. So they've probably put it through something, I don't know.
Yeah. It's called a Coney Island dog. That Taylor's hot dog stand, hands down the best chili hot dog sauce I've ever tried. It didn't have beans in it. It was just all purely meat. But it had that vinegar flavor in there, and I'm wondering if it's like a red wine vinegar or if it's vinegar or apple. I don't know if it's not apple cider vinegar. It had that
like a little vinaigrette.
Yeah, the vinaigrette maybe.
Yeah,
that's probably what it was. I want to make a batch because I need to know. I need to see if that flavor's in there.
But you can, you put a little bit. You can always add to, but you can't never take away.
Right.
So you just put a little bit, and then you taste it, and you think, maybe I should add just a little bit more.
So what I would do is get the original batch and cut it in half and put that half in a smaller pan and add the vinaigrette in there a little bit at a time and stir it and see if that's it. Because I think that's the secret ingredient. But it was so rich tasting and the flavors. It had so many flavors. It was like just putting that in a bun would have been enough, but the hot dog just topped it off. The all beef hot dog. You have to play on mute. What are you talking about, Scully Pops? Is everybody asleep, Scully Pops? So today I went and got Dairy Queen, and they actually, I used to work for Dairy Queen, and they have the best all beef hot dogs that I tried at the time when I worked there. But I ordered 3 chili dogs from them with cheese on them, and I was like, this chili does not have that flavor. It was good, but it didn't have that vinaigrette or that vinegar, little hint of vinegar in it. So I was like bummed, but it was still good, but it didn't hit the spot like I wanted it to.
Yeah, especially when you're craving that certain flavor. Yeah.
That said, it was started in Long Island. Coney Island is an amusement park, and the Coney Island dog is a chili cheese dog with onions. Yes, they're all over the USA now and delicious.
I don't know. I've had the Coney dogs like that for years. And I'm not a spring chicken.
I don't think we have that here. Coney Island is an amusement. Coney Island dog. Okay, yeah. I don't know what restaurant I could go to. I'd hate to go to so many and try their chili on their hot dog. I'm just gonna try to make it.
Well, you could, if they're a legit place and they add that chili on top of the dog, right? You could always say, "Can I have a taste of your chili first before I order it?" Just a little spoon or whatever, you'd like to taste it. And if you don't like it, then you order something else,
Yeah, that's true.
But good places like that would have no problem giving you a little taste.
Mm-hmm. Because the ingredient to make it really red was I saw the little canister or the plastic bottle that the spice was in, and it said extra dark chili powder. I've never seen that. Have you?
Oh yeah, extra dark. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they
Is that
have dark.
spicy?
I think it just is. It has a little bit different taste to it, you know. Um, but it's still okay. It's still good. It's
Yeah.
just that you got the regular lighter chill uh,
The
spice.
red. Yeah, the
Yeah,
red.
and then you got the dark. Yeah, and you can kind of tell. You can really actually tell the difference. I mean, as
Yeah.
far as the color.
Like California chili powder is really red, and the New Mexico chili powder is darker. But I've never
Mm.
seen one that says extra dark chili powder
Oh
ever.
well,
But,
maybe I haven't either. I know I've seen the dark, and I don't know, but there's a reason why different cultures do different things, right?
mhm,
And they make it darker for a reason, for a certain taste.
right.
You
And some of
know,
the chilies are darker. Like there's some chilies that are black with great flavor,
mm,
almost black. They're dark green or almost purple, I think.
never had that. Never seen it.
And they're great for sauces, great for sauce marinades. But that extra dark chili powder, I've never seen. Well, I don't go to the store very often either.
Mm.
So,
It's like there are things like in our store around here in our town, and but there are things that, like when my son goes to Cleveland, and there is a little area right outside of Cleveland there. It's called Mayfield,
mhm.
and they got an Italian store there, and he will pick up me some things there when he goes to Cleveland. And he's brought me um, some spices and um, uh, peppercini,
Mhm.
and some olives,
Mhm.
and stuffed olives as well.
Yeah.
Oh, they're good. They're good. They come in such a nice glass jar, you know. It's really a good thing.
Yeah. Thank you, Stats, for coming in. Have a good night. Sleep well. I love spices. Ah.
Well, that's what I say is that, like, and then when my family would go to Italy, to Sicily, to see the family, they would bring back things,
Mhm.
where you're not going to be able to actually get it here. Or you can get something here, but it's not going to be the same.
Right.
It's so, different cultures and they have different things and, you know.
Yeah. There's a ton of spices in Mexico that we've never even heard of here. There's so many things. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
What they marinate their meats with is just
Mhm.
stuff that grows. Just it's crazy. Hey E,
It's
how you doing?
a lot of it, I kind of embrace the differences of different cultures and, you
Mm-hmm.
know, it's, I enjoy that difference
Yeah.
and to learn from them, learn how they do things and, you know, just what they call things different than what we might have the same exact thing, but they call it something different, you know.
Yeah. Right. Like I found this herb called black mint. It's called hakatui. Smells like hakatui.
Uh-huh.
And it's basically a big plant. It's black mint, and it's used
Mm.
for marinades. I actually got some seeds. I sowed some in, but they didn't grow. So I don't know if maybe wrong time of the year. I'll try
Mm.
again. Maybe it was too cool. But I would love to see how that tastes because I was watching. I watched some of the cooking channels from Mexico, and usually it's an older lady, short little lady outside
Mm.
cooking, uh,
Mhm.
and they're making a marinade in the meat, and like these are
Mhm.
the where I learned the spices from. I'm like, I gotta research this spice and see. Sure enough, I'll find some, but no, you can't find that in the store here.
Mhm.
Nobody's even heard of it. Black mint, never. Crazy.
Well,
Uh,
maybe what you needed to do is start it in your house first and let it grow a little bit because of with the with your heat and everything. Maybe that has a factor in how it's growing or it won't grow. So
Yeah,
if maybe you could do that in your house first and then leave some in your house and then plant some out and see which one keeps growing. It's almost like a scientific experiment. But if
right.
you try a little bit, I mean, you've tried it and it didn't grow out there, and you're thinking maybe because it's the wrong time. But you also, your home has a certain temp anyway,
Hmm.
so try it there first.
Right.
Because
I will.
it's kind of like, you know, with tomatoes, just a
Hmm.
regular tomato. If you can go buy tomato plants and then plant them in the ground. You know, planting them, uh, if you're going to plant a seed, so it's easier sometimes just to plant it in a planter and let them grow and then take the plants outside and then put them in.
Yeah, like kind of Aqua made them to outside, right, to the natural sun,
Mm-hmm.
full sun, and yeah,
Well, but because I don't know what that black mint, but that is, if you want that, you like the taste, maybe it could be worth putting a little bit after you've grown a little bit where it's grown in your house. Take part of it and put it out, and then leave the rest in the house, and
hmm,
then just kind of monitor which one's growing the best.
yeah,
And it might be that the temp in your house is better than the temp outside. Maybe black mint's not going to grow outside in that heat, like you know that temperature that
yeah.
you have there.
I'm gonna try again for sure.
Yeah.
It's gonna get so hot here. My God.
Mm-hmm.
I was out in the sun for almost an hour today, and I didn't even get dark at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the heck? Not even red on my face. Nothing. Darn it. Try a few more days. Mhm.
Well, you know, um, where in Arizona you can grow certain things. Where maybe if I was to try to grow it here, I would have to watch, when I can grow it if I can. There are things that maybe here that maybe you can't grow because it does get extremely hot over there. Not that it don't get hot here, but
Yeah.
because of how long your heat and the kind of heat you have can affect your plants.
Hmm. I had a bunch of these little flowers called globe amaranths, and they went through their whole cycle, and the tips where the seeds were at, I had tons of them, and I finally just started sowing them in here and there, and all these little empty pots, and I got a bunch of them growing now again, and it's warm. They're growing great. So I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
have some of those probably in the next 2-3 months. Some more of those, and they're the pink with white. They're different colors. They're just
Mm-hmm.
this fuzzy little top, and they're supposed to be brown, but they're some of them grew oblong like a cone, like the like a cylinder shape, like a
Mm-hmm.
miniature little hot dog, like a miniature little
Mm-hmm.
weenie. That shape.
A little Vienna sausage.
Yes, like that shape.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so that's pretty neat.
I think I was telling Jimmy C's wife, I said garlic and potatoes are the two easiest things to grow.
Oh my God, yes.
They're the easiest. You almost can't go wrong with them. You know,
Well, once they start growing in your shelf on your shelf, throw them in the dirt. They'll continue.
right? Well, you can put the garlic after it starts to get a little green, right, and then put it in the water and let it grow its roots, and then put them
Yeah.
in the ground. You know, and then what what we would do is get a 50-pound bag of potatoes, and what we'd do is just let them set, and it gets all those eyes on it, and then and they get real soft, kind of. Then that's when it's time to plant. And but then you don't always have to, if it's then there's like then when we finally get them out, like one plant can give you several potatoes. So we would take them down the basement because we had this thing built in our basement, and it was like it was kind of a controlled area there, but like a cooler. It's not a cooler, but it's cooler in the basement, right down under the ground. So it is cooler, and they last for a long time down there. And you got these pound after pound. I mean, you could have several hundred pounds of potatoes by the time we get done. You're talking about, and then at the end of the season and everything, by the time it's grown and everything, you eat off of it through the winter. And then if you have any left, you're replanting it, right?
Yeah.
If you got any that's bad, you replant them.
Potatoes are awesome. I love potatoes.
And we used to call them new potatoes or old potatoes, The new potatoes are more like a yellowish greenish color, if you can buy them in the store, and they seem to be, not done enough to me. But if you get the older potato where you start seeing a little bit of eyes, those are the most tastiest potato. That just where they're getting the eye on it. Now those are called old potatoes. That's the way I grew up knowing if you wanted to buy them. But we didn't always have to buy them. But when I got married to my first husband, and I had a garden, and I had made I put potatoes out in the garden and everything. Oh, the neighbors loved it because they didn't have to buy potatoes.
Oh,
because I shared it with them. You get several plants, and like I said, you get a lot of potatoes. And they had never done that before, and so the neighbors loved it because I would give them like 10 pounds of potatoes each or something, so that was nice. And then I'd always have my tomatoes, and my friend, she would come over, and she had asked me. She goes, "I seen a tomato, a nice red tomato on your." And I said, "Oh, I better get out there and pick it." She goes, "No, can I pick it and take it home?" Um, her husband would like to have a sandwich. She'd say, she goes, "Oh, he would love to have a nice fresh tomato sandwich." I said, "Take it home for him."
Yeah.
But they loved because they could see my garden, and from the street because the one is like a little side street because I lived on a corner.
Mhm.
So beside my garage, I had a nice sized garden,
Oh,
and
that's
they would,
awesome.
but they would come over and they'd be looking. I'd see the older guy. I'd be looking at because I'd be standing because I could stand at the kitchen sink to wash my dishes, and I could look out and I could see my garden. Well, I went up and here he was over. He was out at my garden looking at it, and his last name began with an A. So I'd say, "Hey, Mr. A, what are you doing out there?" "Oh, I was just looking to see if anything's ripe in your garden." And I'm thinking, these people.
That's so neat. I love that. I had a full-blown garden too. My hubby built me a horseshoe-shaped one,
Mm-hmm.
and I grew everything I could in that. And then I started leaving for the summers, and then it would just not get watered properly, or overwatered or underwatered, and everything would end up dying. And I got tired of that after 2-3 summers. So I just tore that whole garden area down. And I just started putting my garden all over the yard, different areas. Now it has a watering system though, but my garden is spread out through the whole yard now.
Yeah.
I love a garden. It's fun.
It
It's really
is.
beautiful to see everything lush and big and ripe and getting ripe and growing.
And I don't, living here on my son's property and stuff, I always said I wanted to make a garden,
Mhm.
and I said it so I could just a small one. It don't have to be
Mhm.
a huge one like I'm used to, but a
Yeah.
small one. And he goes, "Well, you can do that, Ma." So outside of the of where of the place here, my garage that I live,
Mhm.
there is like a little area where I could have planted, even some potato or garlic. I love my
Sure.
garlic. Well, no, he decided to plant weed there.
Just put it in between.
I'm not. Uh-uh. I don't know if it's going to cross.
If it's
You gotta
gonna
watch.
cross over.
Yes, because you gotta watch even like with certain plants in your garden anyway. Like if you plant tomatoes and put peppers close, they can connect in your tomato can taste like a pepper.
Like cross-pollinate, huh?
Yeah. See, I was trying to remember that name and I couldn't remember. But
It's
yeah,
the
they do
bees
that.
that do it.
Can you imagine me feeding my grandkids patatas and garlic, and they're
They got a
getting all
little
high?
happy.
I mean, I'd have the happiest crew on earth.
Oh,
I don't know if it would happen, but if you're doing that close, I'm not risking it.
yeah, that's true. You got babies. I could probably do that here. See what happens.
Yeah.
Even just like corn growing, I love seeing corn grow too. I love
Mhm.
the big stalks. They're just big and tall, and
Yeah.
the hair that comes
Uh-huh.
out, and they're green and
Hmm.
beautiful. Just love it.
When we lived on the farm and everything, we had a cornfield, and our
Hmm.
neighbor, the old couple, we called them Grandma and Grandpa,
Hmm.
and we always helped him with his big farm, and he would plant corn by our fence, and we had an apple orchard there. But all you do is cross. You can jump the fence and get into his cornfield. At a certain time, you can pick it and you can have nice corn on the cob. But so, and we didn't plant corn that year because Grandpa was planting corn. So, um, but anyway, but we also helped him with all of it and stuff. But there's this older couple down the where they didn't do their fields. They had somebody come in and do it, and it was sharecropping. They would do and then they would, at the end of the season, the farmers would get, the one that owned it would get so much of the money.
Hmm.
But they still kept a garden. But they grew popcorn in their garden.
What?
Yeah, it looks just like a corn cob, but it
Uh-huh.
but you take it out and it's a popcorn. Papacorno, as Mama called it. Papacorno. Yeah. So we would take some things down there to him, and we would get a bag of popcorn. You know,
Wow.
yeah, because we would shuck it. You could shuck it and take it off, and you could use it. You could pop that corn.
So it's a specific type of corn.
Yeah, you can't just pop a regular field corn.
I did not know
No. At least
that.
that's what because that's why we had to go down there because of specific kind of corn.
Well, it's
And
round. It's not like squarish like the regular kernels.
right,
Like
but when you shuck it, you can use that and it'll pop. You can't, like I said, regular corn like what we would eat before it's ever processed like that. Like if you
Mhm,
bought a can of corn
mhm.
before it ever got pressed, like you'd never be able to pop that corn.
Do you have to dry that kind first? That you were talking about the popcorn.
Yeah, we would put it. Yeah, we'd have that in, and then yeah, it dried out and everything, and then we just put it in a container, and then whenever we wanted popcorn, we put it. You get your pan hot with the oil, and then you put the popcorn in, and then you got to shake the pan. It's not like it is where you throw the bag in a microwave now.
Yeah, I have some corn. It's called Indian glass corn, and it's got all the glass colors, the pinks and
Oh,
blue and purple and
oh,
green
yeah.
color.
What is?
It looks
I
like
can't
glass.
remember what. I can't remember what we called that. I can't remember.
It's like stained glass, or it
Yeah.
literally looks like you could see into it. Like it looks like glass, and I need to. I should plant three different kinds because I have that kind, and then I think white, and then the yellow corn. I should just experiment because I think it's
Well,
funny time right now.
if you if you sometimes if you go to a place where you can buy the seeds and stuff, it should tell you like this will turn out as a purple corn or this will turn out as this color corn, and
Hmm.
stuff. And then they have like different where it'll be like a multicolor corn. I can't remember what the name of it is though.
There is ornamental corn, and I don't know if this one is edible. I think it might be edible. The glass corn. That would be so awesome.
But a lot of them use that stuff like that for decorations.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, how did they get it to go like that? Did
I
they cross
know.
pollinate them?
With what? With
With,
what that looks like that?
yeah, I mean, well, let's put this one next to this one. Maybe it'll cross pollinate. I don't know. But how did they, like the purple corn? I don't know how the corn like that would be turn that. Do they, when they're planting it, do they soak it in like a coloring, their seed,
Yeah,
and
I don't.
let it soak, and then plant it, and then it comes out a different color.
You know,
I don't know.
that's something probably worth researching because that
Mm-hmm.
is interesting how and especially the almost see-through, literally looks like little kernels of glass colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so beautiful. I need to try to plant that. I know I have it. Gotta look for it in the seeds. I know I have some. Yeah, because there's a special corn just for feed, right? There's that. Is that the red corn you're talking about?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, I just, we haven't, and then um, we just take it to the grain place, and um, because when you're combining when you're taking the corn off there, and and stuff like that, and it just comes off in the cob, it comes the cob and all,
Yeah.
and we actually had a corn, where you could take the whole corn in and throw it in, and it'll take the corn right off the cob, and it'll shoot the cob out.
Really?
We used to have those, yeah, and then we would give that to the animals.
Oh, I want some corn now.
I'm not a big corn eater. Uh,
Oh,
I do like it. It's just like it's not one of my go-to things.
it's good with a nice barbecue, like a steak, some baked potato, corn on the cob.
No, that I do like it. See now, corn on the cob is great. Okay.
Mhm.
See, Grandma, she used to, would uh, cook the corn, and we would sit there and cut it off, and then what she would do is freeze it. Then
That's it.
freeze it because still gives that corn on the cob taste. Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you freeze it raw?
Yeah. No, what we did was cooked it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. No, we cooked the corn on the cob, and
Mhm.
then we would sit there and we shave it off the cob, and then
Okay.
we would put it into like a little freezer containers, and then
Mhm.
we'd put it in the freezer, and then if we want it, then we'd get it out and then throw it in the pan, put a little butter with it, and you've got your corn.
Mhm.
And it was more of a way to savor the taste of the corn on the cob that way.
Yeah.
And it did taste like corn on the cob. Instead of you being off the cob, which is really, I like that too. I
Mhm.
really actually like that. But um, the difference in when you're buying it out of a can, now that, that's why I say it's not like one of my biggest things to go to. It's because I'm so used to being raised on that kind of stuff, because,
Fresh.
well, and yeah, and it is fresh, and but like I said, that's how we preserved that,
Mhm.
that taste.
The corn, glass corn. I'm pretty sure it's called Indian glass corn.
Hmm.
Cherries are in season here already. Cherries. My hubby bought some cherries home. Those are so good. Oh my gosh. I love cherries. I want a cherry tree.
Yeah, we had when I lived here in town when I was a real young girl before we moved out to the farm, and we had an apricot tree.
Really?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh my God, the apricots. But then there you go. And then we also had a nice sized garden, and you know, uh, that. And then we also had a grapevine.
Oh my God. Your yard sounds like ours growing up. Our whole backyard, everything growing was edible.
Oh
Almost
yeah.
everything,
But
except for the
see,
hedges.
down that whole street, all the Italians had grapevines because you know what they were doing with the grapes.
Right?
They were making wine in the basements.
hmm
Uh,
Grapes are awesome. I grew grapes a few years. Well, in a 4-year span, I had some grapes, but again, they didn't make it when I left. I was so mad. Everything that I had started, it was doing really good. I was so mad. Oh, I had raspberries too.
hmm My grandmother had apples, and she had pear trees, and I just I I just loved the pears. I loved it when she would say, "You go out and pick some pears." I go, "Are they ripe?" And I go, "Are they ripe, Grandma?" She goes, "Yeah." She goes, "They're ripe now." She goes, "Go out there and get some." Oh, I just love them. I actually love pears more than apples.
Pears are delicious.
But we had,
Cockroach.
but when we lived on the farm, we had an apple orchard, so we had many apples, different kinds of apples. But I was so damn tired of apples that even to this day, I'm like, I'll eat an apple once in a great while, but it's not one of my things because I don't know, it burnt me out. Especially when you had to go pick them.
Yeah.
And then when I was riding the bull in it, and it ran me into an apple tree.
Ooh. Ouch. Hey, Cockroach and Frankie. Good to see you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Cockroach.
Yeah. My mom said, that's what you get for riding that bull.
You were, okay, wait. You were riding a bull?
Uh-huh. We had a bull that was born on the farm, and I was wanting it to be friendly because you know how they always say a bull will turn mean, and I wanted to be friendly. So I was, I'd be out there and petting it, and as it grew up and everything, and it got a certain age, and I was starting to ride it and everything, and and a lot of time it was doing good, and I took it out. I figured if I got on the bull, I would be able to reach the apples, right? Well, he decided to start bucking me, and jump, and everything. And when he did that, he threw me right into the bottom part of the apple tree.
Oh.
So, yeah. But he liked the apples though.
He was using you to knock some apples down.
Well, they were already some on the ground, and we would when quite a few of the apples would go down on the ground that weren't good, and stuff like that. We would let the sheep go in there, and we would release the sheep into that area because it was fenced in. And they would eat the grass plus also the apples as well.
Yeah. Gosh, we had so we my parents they knew how to splice or graft, and they grafted the lemon tree with oranges. Let me see, oranges with lemons, or was it the pears? It was the pear tree. It had like two different kinds of pears on it, and then we had almonds. We had a cherry tree. We had an orange tree. The something called a loquat, and then a quince. We had a quince tree. I think that's all the trees we had that we were able to eat off of. Plus, we had blackberries. We had grapes. And then a full garden, like a salsa garden. They had onions and tomatoes growing in there, cilantro. I don't think she ever grew potatoes. I don't ever remember digging up potatoes. Strawberries.
I don't think people build do gardens as like they used to when, when I was young, and maybe even when you were younger, and I'm not saying anything about your age, but I'm just saying it just seems like that, gardens aren't as popular as they used to be.
We had an avocado in the front yard too. I remember that one. I used to climb in that one. Avocado. That gave so many avocados all the time. Oh my gosh.
You like avocado?
Oh yeah.
I think Mike's he don't like avocado, does he?
I don't know. Does he?
I think he said that he don't like avocado.
Oh, that's the whole avocado thing. Oh God, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm remembering now. No, he does not like avocado because of that.
You should send him some avocados.
I meant to ask him if he took that gift card with him today to spend it. What did he drive? 90 miles today?
Yeah, or like 100. What, to Bismarck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where I seen that that shop where I gave him that gift card from.
Oh.
I wonder if he took it. If they took it with them.
Hello, Benty. Good morning,
Benty. How are you doing, Benty?
I just could see that. I don't know how, because it's so small and my eyes aren't good. But it's almost like I'm moving my head thinking, what is that?
Frankie popped in too, and the cockroach popped in and out, I think. Benty. Good to see you, Benty. The best tea is Benty. Yeah, we had I was so sad when we moved away from that house because we left all of that stuff, all those trees, and that was the Garden of Eden. I used to call that the Garden of Eden. You could just walk back there and something would be ripe or something. You can just eat all day long, just whatever was ripe. It was awesome. I spent so much time back there.
Yeah.
So weird that when you get older, your childhood home looks so much bigger, but when you get older and you go back there, it's like that house was tiny. It was like everything looked small, and I'm like, this is wrong. What's wrong? Like I could not. It just couldn't register like it was the same place.
Well, Mom had 5 children. Mom and Dad, I had 5 of us, and then when I look at that little house that here in town, and I say little because it looked so big when I was in it. But now I look at it, I go, how the heck did Mom and Dad have 5 kids in there? And it was like a comfortable home.
Yes.
And I see, and I happened to see it for sale, and people had redone it a little bit. And when my dad moved in after he got married. Then this is the story. There was a dining area and then the living area, right? And there's a big wall there. Well, my dad didn't like that. He wanted it wide open. So he tore down that wall. But in that dining area is where my mom's mom had a hospital, like a hospital bed, kind of, if you want to call it that back then. But that's where she would lay because she couldn't go up the steps anymore. Yeah. And so they, kept her comfortable and everything there. But I noticed that when I happened to be seeing, houses for sale and stuff, and I seen that they had pictures of whoever lived there recently or past. I don't know when they did it, but they put a wall back up. In between, there's a wall there. And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah, somebody put a wall in between the dining room and the living room again, and I'm thinking, wow, they built it back up.
My father had converted the garage into their master bedroom.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't even know that until I got older, and I was like, their room was always different from the rest. It was like way bigger, and from our closet, we can get into their room through their closet. It was kind of weird how he built that, but he kind of made them two-sided, and then you could actually go from one closet into their closet. It was weird. I used to sneak across there a lot, remember? But it was big, and they had a big old water bed in there, and it was just. And I never really understood that used to be the garage till way later. I just thought it was kind of different.
Yeah, they had in the kitchen there was a door to go out to the back porch, right? Well, like my dad, he decided that. Because, they used to do the laundry in the basement in the wringer washers, and stuff like that, and then just hanging up. That's the way it was done back then. Yeah. But then Dad decided, that he was going to get Mama a washer and dryer, but where to put it? Well, he decided he's going to build a place for the washer and dryer. So we called it. Then he built like a utility room there where, he built it in and everything. The washer and dryer, did all the hookup and everything and stuff. And he even built a bathroom off of the, So then we ended up with 2 bathrooms, one upstairs and one down, And that was the talk of the town, talk of the street, is that our family had 2 bathrooms. Yeah. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that she was getting another bathroom? Really? They would come to visit to see the second bathroom.
Oh, exciting, huh?
It was. Well, you figure you go from outhouse, right? And then you have a bathroom, which there was one upstairs. Which to me, that would be harder to have one upstairs than to have one built downstairs. I don't know why, but I guess it was the whole, when you're sleeping, that's when you have to piss the most or something. You want it to be close, but when you're up and running around, you know, no problem running up the steps, I guess. But yeah, Daddy had decided that he wanted that bathroom there.
One bathroom between let me see, 4, 5, 6 people was heck. Oh my God.
And then he built a shower in there.
Ooh.
That was did you hear did you hear that they have a shower? Yeah. Oh, they got a shower in that bathroom. Oh, she's so lucky. Maybe we can get him, because my dad was, he could build a house if he want, and but he worked on the railroad. So, and he built the roundhouse that still sits there today.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's neat.
They don't use it, but in the years, in all these years now they're not using it, but it still stands there today.
Yeah.
And sometimes because what they would do is they put the train on that round table, and then what they do is that they turn it, and then they make it go into one of the bays,
Mhm.
and stuff like that. Well, what happened was somebody didn't turn it the right way and let it loose, and and it broke the building, a part of the building. My dad got called in the middle of the night to go fix it.
Wow.
Yeah. So he had to build it back up.
That's
But
crazy.
that happened a few times.
Oh. Holy moly.
Yeah. But that was his job, and and he got paid a little extra because he was called in.
Yeah. Railroad, they make some darn good money.
My grandpa was conductor on the railroad.
Holy moly. And that's a union, right? Is it union everywhere
I don't
with the
know.
railroad? Because I used to date
They have
someone.
Well, they have their own, and it's their own entity. It had nothing to do with the government, So the government can't really run that.
Yeah,
They
it's
run
hard
their
to
own.
it's hard to lose your job from the railroad, from what I understand. When I dated someone that worked there, he was a linesman.
Mm.
They go fix the arms when they malfunction,
Yeah.
and they install, they do pole work and stuff. But God, I saw one of his paychecks, and it was like, for a week it was like 35 grand. And I was like, holy cow. He had like checks that were expired for 30 grand here, 15 grand. I'm like, did you know you were supposed to cash that or deposit that? Oh, I didn't know I had it there. I was like,
Can you imagine having so much money that you forget your own money?
yeah. And
No,
he
that's.
did.
I don't know what he did. I don't know how he. And of course, but I'm going back. I really don't know what Grandpa had made, and I don't know really. I knew that Dad would say, "I make $7 an hour." Now, to us, we could cringe at $7 an hour, but way back then, $7 an hour was good money.
There's a lot of money.
I mean, you give somebody $7, way back then, like in the 60s, $7 an hour, they could go to the store and bring home a nice big bag of groceries,
Yeah.
So, it's, and then I remember going to Grandma's and trying to earn, and then Grandma, I would never ask her for money, or I would always want to do something for free for Grandma, but she would not always ask. She would say, would you mop my floor or run the sweeper? Or, I got clothes in the washer. Would you hang them out? Because Grandma didn't like running that dryer too much. Clothes needed to be hung out.
Yeah.
And I would always do it with love. I never, but then there'd be times that Grandma would say, I don't want you using the rag mop, because the mop, what it did was you had to pull it back and just to add a regular old shirt if you had it or whatever, and you hang it over that piece of steel, and then you push it down and you tighten it up, and it's like a rag mop. And she goes, this time what I want you to do is get on your knees and mop, because she didn't think like the mop is pushing the dirt around the cupboards at the bottom of the cupboard. so she wanted me to get down there and scrub that and just scrub the rest of the floor. Don't use the mop this time. So
That's a lot of work.
yeah, and I would do it. I was happy to do it for Grandma, and then she would give me a little money. She'd give me maybe a quarter for doing it. When I had that quarter, I thought I was rich. And Grandpa would go to the newsstand, and they had that penny candy, and I could take, because you would get like two pieces of candy for a penny, and I would buy me a nice little bag. Mr. Kaufman would give me this nice little brown bag full of candy, and I didn't have to spend my whole quarter. So I had some for another time. And then when it was time for me to go home, I had all this bag of candy to share with my sisters and my brothers, And they where did you get that? I said, Grandma paid me a quarter to scrub her kitchen floor. And, it was like, a quarter.
Nowadays it would be like...
You give me a quarter? You give me a quarter?
Get a slap in the face. Right.
Now, see, with my grandkids, if I ask them, will you do something for me? They'll do it. And they'll go on. I do the same thing as my grandma did. Then they'll just go on, I'll say, thank you so much. And then I was set and I think, I wonder, I'll get them this one to do this. And then I would have a little bit of dollars or, stashed here. And I'd say, here's $5 for doing it. And they would say, Grandma, you don't have to pay us. I said, I know, but I said, go buy yourself something. It just, you did it for me and I appreciate it. It's not all the time, but today I wanted to give you a little something, even if it was $5. But they would set it on my little table here. They go, Grandma, I can't take that. I said, yes, you can. I said, now you're hurting my feelings. All right, I'll take it. But my grandson, little Abel, I have one of those desks that you just lift it up. It's wooden desk. It's an old wooden desk, and you just lift up the top. And
like in school.
Yeah, the old school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have one of those, and that's where he would throw his money. That boy had like $60 saved in that little desk. And the one day I was in there and I was looking, because every once in a while he'd go and he goes, I'm gonna go count my money, Queen. I said, okay. And so he would. But then the one day I happened to go in there and I was looking through and everything, so I put it in an envelope. Mm-hmm. He must have checked it and not, and he had checked it and didn't tell me. He goes, Queen, my money's gone. I said, how's it gone? He goes, I don't see it in there, because it was usually loose. Uh-huh. And I said, I put it in an envelope. He goes, oh, so he went back. He goes, oh, okay. But then when it got to be like $60, he goes, Queen, I'm going to take the money. And I said, okay. And he wanted to buy some kind of bucks for his play, for his online play thing or whatever. Mm-hmm. Some kind of bucks that they have. So that was,
like the Play Pass or something?
It's something I can't remember what they call it. Like Robux or not Robux. It's I can't remember but it's some kind of money that it's like a buck that they have to buy. They got to buy it, and then they get so much so that they could use in the game.
Okay.
So he took that, but he didn't have to spend all of it. And but he gave it to my son, and then my son had put it on there for him. because he earned that money,
Mm-hmm.
and he wanted to use it for, to play with his friends, So um, maybe he could have bought himself a pair of shoes if he wanted, but you know what? It didn't. That didn't work out. But he did. He did what he wanted to do with it. And I didn't complain or anything. I said, he had a long time of fun with it, with his friends. And he'd be able to play with his cousins from a different state with it,
Yeah.
So it worked out.
We had a glass teddy bear growing up that my mother would put all of her quarters in there. And she kept it on her dresser. And we knew exactly where it was at. So if we wanted to go play video games or go buy a little bit of candy, we'd just sneak in there and grab a few quarters out of there and go, because the store was across the street, literally. It's called the Double D Market. And she never knew that we took quarters out of there. But she would always have it full, and it was like a literal glass teddy bear. It was like a little glass, like a honey bear. I don't know what.
Yeah,
she
I know.
It from.
Yeah, we had one like that, but it was like an owl.
Yeah, this was a teddy bear. It was sitting down, kind of teddy bear. I think it was sitting down, and it was clear glass and with a little screw top lid. And we would just take the lid off and put our finger in there and slide some quarters out. Or
well, unless she counted it or continuously counted it, she wouldn't know that a couple quarters were missing.
You never counted it, and it held a lot of quarters. I mean, this thing was pretty good size. It held a lot of quarters, but we never emptied it. We just only took what we were going to use for the day. We didn't do it often. It was when we were bored, like on not school days, on weekends or something. And they were always working. They were always gone working, doing something. So we used to grab a few quarters. I used to go play the Galaga game or go buy some gums or little chocolates or something. Some quarters. But she was always working one job with, having a side job, and my dad was always working. So it was fun. I remember that little teddy bear. I don't think she has it anymore. I didn't shoot it. That would probably be a vintage thing now, that little teddy bear, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
So, did you hear that they're going to discontinue the penny? Did you hear anything about that?
Yeah, because it costs more to make than it does for it to be a penny.
Well,
yeah.
They're not even like really copper anymore, are they?
I don't know.
They're solid copper anymore.
I don't know. All I know is I got a great big, we had like cat food, a great big like Garfield cat food, and Mama had that, and it was a bank, a change bank, and that woman, I don't care where she was, if she found a penny or a quarter or whatever it was, change, she would stop and she would pick it up. And, but anytime she had a little bit, she'd stick it in there. I have that bank, and it's her penny bank.
Yeah.
And she had that for years. So I'm sitting here, and every once in a while, I'd talk to, like Mike and YKB, and I'd be saying that I have that, and it's like there could be there could be pennies in there that's worth something,
Yeah. There's some pennies that are worth thousands. There's one that's worth, I want to say $1 million. There's a odd penny.
Yeah.
Silver penny, aluminum penny,
circulation.
Right?
It's still in circulation, as they say. Well, you never know. Makes you wonder that, years and years ago, because where we live, the train is actually a train community because we have the train yards.
Mm-hmm.
Where I lived on that little street, across the street from us was the entrance to the big railroad yards.
Oh,
So all my dad had to do was get into his vehicle, drive across the street, and then drive into the yards.
shoot,
Because
right
then,
across the street.
yeah, I mean the entrance was right across the street, but then you got to drive down into the yards to where he
Mm-hmm.
had to be. But then people would put pennies on the track
Mm-hmm.
and let the train run over it, and then you'd have a flattened penny.
Yeah.
But so, and that was fun to see, what they look like because once they did that.
I think this is actually an actual coin bank.
Yeah.
It's definitely vintage. Duck Wells, made by Duck Wells. I believe this is exactly what it is. What it was. That cap looks real familiar. I believe this is what it was. One of these.
People will pay a lot of money for stuff, don't they?
Yeah. Vintage. I don't even know what it's even
Duck
going
Wells.
for. Duck Wells. Yeah, I believe this is the teddy bear bank that she had, because it had a wide top, so you could put so it probably did have a slit on the top.
Well, it might have been on the lid.
Yeah, on the lid. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the little teddy bear bank that she had. That's crazy. And it held a lot of quarters. You could see the size of the penny next to it, how small it is. So how many coins could fit in there?
I have a when my mom was like 18 or 20, I can't remember exactly how old exactly, but I have a painting of her that somebody did a painting of her. And I keep it in my room, and I remember it hanging in the house, and everything. But then when she died, I ended up with it because she lived with me, and so I ended up getting the painting. And I've said to a couple people, if somebody came into my home and said, I will give you $1 million for that painting, I'd say sold.
Whoa.
And they're, what? And I said, if they're going to pay $1 million, they're going to take care of it. And they're going to do, they've got to have plans for it. Because once I die, who the hell's going to take care of it then? And at least if it's going to be hanging in somewhere, that somebody's willing to pay $1 million, I know it's going to be taken care of. And for $1 million, I can, for $1 million, I can travel to go see it. And so, and that was how I figured about it.
Yeah.
And there's this guy that I don't know if you know Young and the Restless.
Oh yeah. Oh,
okay.
God. My sister just watched it.
Yeah. So anyway, he does painting, and I've been friends with him for a long time on Facebook. And I told him that my mom's picture is getting a little dark, and I'd asked him what to do. And so, and it's been several years ago, and he had told me what I could do and have it professionally done, not to try to do it myself, do it professionally, because they know what they're doing, and then it'll brighten it up and everything. So, so yeah, he was explaining that to me. You remember, what's her name? Jill on Young and the Restless.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Like Mrs. Chancellor's grandson, the boy. I don't know if you remember. You would know, but anyway, he is actually the one that I talked to.
Oh,
Uh huh. Yeah.
just was he living in the same area where you lived, or?
No, 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 no. I just happened to see him on Facebook many years ago, and I seen him, and I and I had said hi, that I remember him on Young and the Restless and everything, and and I didn't really bother him or coo over him because I'm not that kind of a person. I don't care who you are. I don't care if the president walked in. He's gonna sit down and have a cup of coffee like I drink a cup of coffee. He
Right.
ain't. If I tell him to wipe his feet, he's gonna fucking wipe his feet. Excuse
Right.
me. I'm just saying. You
Well,
know,
it's your house,
right? It's my house. You come in. You know, I'm not going to kiss your feet. I'm not going to do anything different. I'm not that kind of a person. But then every once in a while, I'd say hi to him, and ask him how he's doing, and and he lives in the mountains. I can't. Where in the hell does he live? Um, in California,
Was his
and
name Chancellor? Was it
yeah,
Chance? Okay.
yeah,
It's
um,
still going on right now. Did you know that? That show is still running.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
I don't watch it. I
I
never
remember when
watched
it
it.
first came. I remember the very first episode of Young and the Restless.
My sisters would watch it so much that, of course, that's the only thing that was on the TV, so I had to watch it. But
Hmm.
they would get into it, and they'd be like, "Oh, oh,"
Oh,
you know.
my mother would cuss at those women in Italian. Oh my God, she was calling them all kinds of names.
The scandal in that
Oh,
show. Oh my gosh.
oh yeah,
So that jar is $15 on eBay. It's 25 on Etsy, but it's normally $25. I'm actually gonna buy it, and I'm gonna fill it with coins and give it to my mom. I think fill it with gold coins. The dollar
mm-hmm.
coins. I
Yeah.
did that once for her on her birthday, and I bought a treasure box and filled it with a whole bunch of Sacagawea gold coins and
Oh,
mailed it to her. And she was so happy,
at the
but she's
Julia.
yeah,
Mm,
Sacagawea.
yeah,
She didn't save the coins. She spent them, and I'm like, oh well, guess she
yeah.
needed to, but it's supposed to be a
Well,
treasure.
it's kind of like the Susan B. Anthony's, you know,
Oh,
where they got those out, and
hmm,
the problem is that those kind of coins, they're thinking they're quarters, and they were using them as quarters, and then you ended up, you realize that here you were given your dollar.
hmm. I mean, those coins, like I think they're like collectibles now.
Hmm.
Those Sacagawea ones, because that's back
Yeah.
when I drove taxi and I made good money, and I bought as many coins as how old she was turning on her birthday.
Hmm.
And I just filled up that cute little treasure box. It looked like a real treasure. You open a box, it's treasure, all the gold coins, and she was so happy. She was so happy, and I
Well,
always,
you just think that back when you're getting them, they ain't worth nothing but what you know they're worth a
yeah,
quarter. They're worth a quarter. If
hmm,
they're worth a dollar, they're worth a dollar. But here we are many years later, and you wish you had all of the ones that you had, because you'd be able to get it. But who would, you're only going to spend what you've got, you know.
yeah, yeah. That was neat. Oh, like I'm the type of person, if I ever like was mining for gold and I had found some gold nuggets, I would rather have it displayed in a neat little treasure box with lights on it and just be able
Hmm.
to see it every day. Unless it was more than enough to buy a new house or go off grid somewhere and disappear. I would probably do that.
I
But
have a hope chest that was my
uh,
grandma's. It was my
uh,
grandma's. And of course, when grandma died, then mama had got it.
mhm.
Well, grandma had put things in that hope chest. And then when we were growing up, mama would put things, you know, like a grade card or, or a few things of each one of us kids in there. And
Oh,
um, so when I got it, I would put that, like my kids' stuff, in it. And now my grandkids, I would put it in. Now my oldest granddaughter, when I said I want to put this in the hope chest, she goes, "Oh, okay, Grandma." And next thing you know, we gotta have ourselves a little party of putting something into the hope chest.
oh,
And she made that decision that whenever anything gets entered, we have to have like a little party to enter into the hope chest.
mhm.
And I told her, I said, now, because you're the first grandchild, I want you to have this hope chest when I'm gone.
Oh,
So it's got my grandma and grandpa's stuff in it,
wow.
and it's got my mom and dad's stuff in it, and it has my brothers and sisters stuff in it. And I did tell my brother and sister, my brothers and sisters, if there was ever anything they wanted out of that hope chest, they could come, they could look through it, and if they wanted it for themselves, they could take it, because
Oh,
if it was something that's, for their childhood, maybe they want it and give it to their kids, right? Well,
sure.
they didn't want anything. They didn't want to get anything out of it or anything, just to keep it in
Mhm,
there. But I did tell them, I said that because it's mine,
yeah.
now I'm giving it to the oldest granddaughter, Christina. And so when I'm gone, she will get it, and then she can start, adding stuff as she needed it and everything, you know.
That's neat.
Yeah, but yeah, we have like a little ceremony of putting something in it. But there are like some coins from
Mhm.
from Sicily in there. Makes you wonder, Grandma and Grandpa coming from Sicily, you know, and then they ended up putting some things, even Grandpa's little ID when he worked on the railroad. There's a little ID of his and stuff like that in there, and all, different things.
Mhm.
And I even think, I wonder how much one of those coins is worth now.
Neat.
I mean,
Did
because we're going back way back. I mean, Grandma and Grandpa were born in the 1800s.
yeah. We used to get the silver dollars when we lost a tooth, and
Hmm.
God, I kicked myself. I wish I would have kept those growing up. But,
Well, yeah, because of what they're
uh,
made of back then
yeah,
too. Yeah.
yes, and they were so big and shiny. I used to love looking at them, but I don't know how I ended up spending them. I don't remember spending them, but they're gone for sure. I used to love looking at them. They probably would be, worth a little bit more today if I would have kept them. Did you ever used to get coins under your pillow for losing your tooth?
Yeah, we did. We got a
Yeah,
yeah. Well,
I think
like a
that's so
you
neat.
know,
Tooth
but
fairy.
yeah, the tooth fairy. Yeah,
They used to
even
be
if
all.
even if it was a dime, think about the
Mhm.
dime. Look what I did with the quarter. Can you imagine the dime?
Yeah. I didn't
I
even
mean,
know how to spend money back then, so I
yeah,
used to appreciate the coin itself.
I went when we'd get these little magazines and stuff like that, and they had this advertisement for Charlie the Tuna watch, and it was big bucks, you know. I think it was like $3 or whatever. I don't know how I'm going to get that money. That's a lot of money. So I had told Grandma, I said, Grandma, look at this Charlie the Tuna watch. And she goes, you like that? And I said, yeah. I said, I'd like to earn some money, you know, to do that. She goes, well, okay. So she would give me little extra jobs. And I got to buy that Charlie the Tuna watch.
Are you kidding me? Was it
And it,
blue? Was it baby blue
the
or what?
wristband, the wrist watch. Oh yeah, it and it had a little Charlie the Tuna in it and everything. I was
What?
that was the first actually because had to send away for it. And I didn't
Yeah.
know how to do all that and everything but I got it. I ended up getting it done and I got help of course on how to do it um and then when I
Oh
got
my
it
god.
I was so excited and I'd wear that Charlie the Tuna watch. I was so happy and then I had to take it off if I had to go work on in
Was it like any of these? The one's worth $499 right now.
well
Uh, I've never seen a Charlie the Tuna watch. It's
yeah.
$70, $45,
it beats
65.
the $3 watch, huh?
I've never heard of the Charlie. They have a 25th anniversary watch. What is
Wow.
that?
Only 25-year watch. Now we're talking back in the 70s,
Jeez, here's
early
a really
70s.
old one.
Yeah. Let me see it. Can you bring it up? Let me see if that's the one.
Is it
Yeah, I
this
know.
one in the middle next to
Yeah,
the?
it does look familiar. Yeah.
Oh,
Cause
that's probably an original one.
uh-huh. Yeah.
They had a little phone too, Charlie the Tuna phone. Oh my god,
Well,
with the long wire.
yeah. Well, that because you had to be able to walk around with it,
Yeah, the phone. Shoot, they had the longest wires. You can go to all the way across the house with
Yeah, you can go in the bathroom with it, and you can go in,
it.
and then because we had one that sat on the on a telephone stand, they would call it, but
Uh-huh.
but then Daddy decided to get rid of that one and put one on the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, on the wall.
yeah. So you couldn't move around. You got a long extension on it to be able to go a little bit far, but you couldn't pick it up and take it to the bathroom if you wanted, or because there's no long cord anymore. So,
Where's the phone at? Follow the wire.
yep.
It's in the bathroom.
Well, and that was for secret talking,
Right?
and I've told this story before, but we had party line,
Yes.
and my our cow Amy was having that bull that I was talking about,
Hmm.
and so I didn't know what to do, and so I wanted to call Grandma
Hmm.
and tell her that the cow was, which we named her Amy, and so I picked up the phone and a couple ladies were on the phone, and they're talking, and I said, ma'am, I need to call my grandma. What's wrong, honey? Amy's having her baby and I don't know what to do, and I was and they go, can we help you? I said, no, I'm calling my grandma. She can come out and help Amy, and
Hmm.
I didn't know And they go, "What's your name?" So I told them who I was, which then they know who we were, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I called Grandma. They got off the phone, and I called my grandma and told her Amy's having her baby, and everything. And so Grandma was coming out. Susie, the frickin' ambulance came. Those old ladies called the frickin' ambulance, thought it was a woman having a baby, and some young girl is scared to death. They thought it was my mom or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly what they said to the ambulance or whatever, but they called them and said that, and gave our address.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Turn off some lights.
Mm.
Oh. Those phones were crazy back then.
Oh, I know.
Oh no. Oh, my headphones are going. Let's see, what are they at? Okay, I gotta charge one side first. Charge. Okay. There we go. I have never heard of a Charlie Tuna watch.
Yeah. I don't, and I had that for the longest time. Even when I got married to my first husband, I still had it.
Oh my god.
And I think, like through the move, and when him and I got divorced and through the whole move, I don't know whatever happened to it. So, yeah, and I think, thinking about it, it's like, geez, I wish I had it.
What made you?
Huh?
What made you want the Charlie Tuna watch?
Because I wanted a watch.
Okay.
I wanted to have a watch, and I had seen it, and I thought it was neat in the book and stuff, and I don't know, it was a watch, and when I wanted one, it it was something that Dad would say he couldn't afford. My mama would say, to him, "You're so tight, you squeak when you walk," because, and I have to say, we never not had food to eat. We always had food to eat. Of course, we had to take care of that ourselves, and we had to put it in the freezer ourselves, but we always had food to eat.
We did too.
So,
even if we didn't have food, my mother made it look like we did. She always cooked beans and rice in abundance. So we really didn't ever have the clue that we didn't have too much, but that wasn't very long or often.
Well, my mom, when she went to Michigan to stay with her sister for a couple of weeks,
Mhm.
and I was designated as the cook, and we had a chest freezer of food, and we had a refrigerator freezer as
Mhm.
well. And I just didn't know what to cook or how exactly to cook certain things. So I called my grandma. I said, Grandma, we don't got any food here. And she goes, Oh, come
Oh,
on, she didn't really believe that. And so she goes, I'll be out. I'll have Grandpa get the truck out, and we'll be there. So
oh,
she came over, and it's not like I could say, where Grandma's going to cook and I can go play or anything. No, that's not the way that worked.
oh,
Grandma's in the kitchen. You're going to learn, which, um, and I did. It's not that I wanted to leave. No, I wanted to learn as well.
yeah.
What she found, and stuff like that in that kitchen, and the meal that we had prepared. And when my dad came home from work, there was this big layout of food, you know,
Oh, uh-huh.
and he goes, Mom, what are you doing here? Oh, I just come out here, I wanted to help her, with cooking and stuff like that. And he goes, Well, that
Oh,
was nice. She didn't tell him that I called her.
uh-huh.
You know, I just come out, check on the kids and stuff like that. And I thought I'd stay and help her.
Yeah.
And so we all sat down, but we also got a bag, and we went out dandelion hunting.
Oh,
And you use the dandelion greens for your salad. And then
yeah.
we went on down the other way by the creek, and there's asparagus, wild asparagus, and
Oh
you can
my
cut the
God.
and we would cut the wild asparagus, and
What?
and and then fry it up and spice it up a little bit, and we'd have that. Oh yeah, it was. And then we'd have some, like some fried chicken, and some mashed potatoes, uh, but yeah, we this big nice meal, and had the salad and everything, fresh tomatoes, and because Mom would go in the summer because we were home, we didn't have to go to school.
Uh-huh.
So, and yeah, there's.
Those are beautiful memories. I like that. Well,
Mm-hmm,
my grandma never came over to our house. I don't think I ever. The family was way too big, and
mm-hmm,
I don't think we were like the favorites. So
mm-hmm.
we never seen our grandma till I think I've only ever remember seeing her maybe a dozen times my whole childhood.
Well, not that there's not bad things that's happened, but I like to
Yeah,
remember the good things, and I hope that the good things outweigh the bad,
yeah,
and I'm going to make it feel that way anyway. You
sure.
know, um,
The cooking part, that's priceless.
right? And like with me going over to Grandma's, because when Grandpa was out on the train, Grandma was by herself, so one of us would go up and stay with her while he was gone,
Hmm.
and so we would, when I'd go up there, I'd be in the kitchen with Grandma, making food and stuff like that, and to try to learn how to cook things. And she even said, this is something that you're going to need to know when you get older, because one day you'll have a family too, you know.
Yeah. Hmm.
So, and then that I implemented that in my life as a grandma, having cooking classes with the kids, and
Uh,
and my oldest son, I would cook with him, and I would show him how to cook, and make pasta sauce and different things like that. And now it's funny, I'd go up to his house when he was making the pasta sauce, And I start telling him, and because he had said, "Ma, I'm going to make pasta sauce. You want to come over? You know, want to come up?" And then I could sit there and just talk with him and stuff. He told me from now on I wasn't invited when he's making the sauce anymore because I won't shut up. Because I keep telling him he's doing something wrong or he should be doing it this way or do it. He goes, "I know what I'm doing. You don't need to tell me."
Yeah,
So,
it is.
so sometimes there'll be times that he'll make it and he don't even tell me he's going to make it. Next thing I know, he's bringing me out a nice bowl of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell him how, it's really good. I said, "You did really good." He goes, "I know it's good, but I just didn't have some nagging old lady sitting there telling me what I did wrong." But, and that makes me feel good because, I know he did listen and he's, and if anything, if he wanted to add a little something to it as well, because through the generations, things can change and, I want to add a little of this or that into it, then, and he has done that, which I still think it's good. But, yeah, and so when I would have cooking class with my grandkids. They'd have their little handkerchiefs on their head so the hair wouldn't get in anything, and I had pictures of them standing there with them on their head. And teaching, like my oldest granddaughter, because she lives, in her own place now. And I showed her how to make a tuna noodles. You take basic tuna noodles. To me, that's one of the easiest things to make. It is. Well, she went over to her mother's, and I know her mom, and I love her mother. She's like my girl, even though she's my son's ex-wife. I love that woman. And she loves me, and and she'd always call me Mama, and yeah, and we still do to this day. Just because those two got divorced, don't mean that she divorced me, and I didn't divorce her.
Yeah.
And not like my son's upset about it either. You don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But anyway. Christina would send me a message or sent me a message one day. She said, or no, she called me this time. She goes, "Grandma." And I go, "What?" She goes, "I went over to Mama's and Grandma and Grandpa, her mom's mom and dad was there, and they made tuna noodles." She said, she goes, "You know how I like tuna noodles?" I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "When I started to eat it, I put my fork down and they wanted to know why." And I said, "What'd you tell them?" She goes, "I told them it wasn't good." I go, "Christina, how can you do that?" She goes, "Well, Grandma, I don't think it did taste good. It didn't taste like yours." And I said, "Well," she goes, "and I told them that it don't taste like that." So her mother did ask Christina, "What does Grandma do with the tuna and noodle? How does she make it?" Because when Billy was married to Kate, Billy was in the service. And when they got married, Kate used to call me and say, "Mama, I want to make a meatloaf for Billy." And she goes, "How do you do that?" So I said, "All right." I said, you got your hamburger and stuff." So I would explain to her, what to do and, this and that and everything. And I said, "But don't tell him you called me." She goes, "Okay, I won't." When he sat down and he had that meatloaf, he goes, "This tastes just like Mom's meatloaf." And she told me about it. Well, Billy ended up calling. He goes, "Mom, did Kate call you and get the recipe for your meatloaf?" She did marry a dumb guy, that's for sure. So, but she used to call me for recipes because she wanted to be able to cook, because she didn't really learn cooking from her mother.
Yeah.
So she would ask me certain things, to please Billy. Billy's out there, working and stuff, he's a military man. So she wanted to make sure he had a nice meal when he come home. So she'd ask me. So, and then here's Christina sitting down eating one of my, or eating a dish that she would think it was going to taste like mine, and it didn't. She had to tell him. So, and the way I understand it, they changed it up now, and they're making it the way I made it, which I don't think it's particularly anything, But then, whenever she makes something that I taught her, she'll send me a text. Oh, I made this, Grandma. She goes, I was thinking about it and I made it. It turned out really good. And then the next, maybe a month or two later or something, she'll come up with something else and she'll be saying, I made this, Grandma.
Yeah.
And right there tells me that, I'm so proud that, that she did listen. And cooking class for her has been several years ago, but she still remembers. She still remembers it. And there were a few times that she'd write the recipe down. And some of it's just visual that she could remember. But,
I think that's the best compliment ever is teaching someone your recipe and it coming out just like it. My mom did that to me. I made her dinner one night, and she took one bite of it and she looked at me and she goes, "Cabrona, that tastes just like mine." She said, "You paid attention." So,
right,
yeah,
right. Well, see, and me, I didn't give her the recipe. She helped make it, but she also seen how I did it. So then she did it exactly the way I do it, and it's just like, and I told her, I said, one day you're going to come and get Grandma, and you're going to cook for me. Okay. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
I'd be starving if I was waiting for that meal because she's always busy. She's 24. She'll be 25 here in July. So, yeah.
I think those are where the best memories come from is learning recipes, especially with mom or like grandma. Or I think those are the best.
Well, I can say I actually learned more from my grandma than I did learn from my mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if my grandmother could cook. I think she could.
My mother made the best homemade bread, though.
Oh, bread. You had bread makers in the family.
Oh, well, yeah, our hands, yeah. Now, and then, now you can buy a bread maker, and I'm like,
no, I meant.
I know.
Like,
yeah. Where we make the bread itself, yeah. And then I was trying to make Italian Easter bread one time because my aunt showed me how to make it, and so I did all that and everything, and oh, did I screw it up? I forgot to put the yeast in.
Oh shoot! That's the main ingredient right there.
I know. I was
flat.
Oh, I was so yes.
You had pita bread.
I wonder why I wasn't raising. All I know is that we could have fried dough.
We weren't big bread eaters growing. We were tortilla eaters. So my mom made homemade tortillas. She could whip them out so fast. Oh my god! It's like hard to learn when you do it so fast. Like, slow down.
Well,
I still get nervous making them.
but if you're not going to go to the store to buy bread, you're going to make it at home, right? And
Yeah.
you make, like we had, like rolls we would have, but then also loaves. But then they, Mama we would make them, we would make enough to last a certain amount of time. If it's a
Mhm.
week or 2 weeks, it's according to what, she decided. And because if she only made enough bread that was going to last a week, that means come Saturday, she's going to have to make, we were going to have to get back in there and make some more, you know, but, but we'd also put some in the freezer. And, so it could last, but then we would also have it where we made our own croutons as well, you know, which I didn't know you could buy those in the store. When I got married to my first husband, it was a culture shock for me.
Wow.
It's not that I didn't go to the store with like with my parents, but most of the time we stayed outside in the car.
Mhm.
Mom and Dad didn't want to take 5 kids into the store, so we stayed in the car, or in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
And there'd be times like if I was up at Grandma and Grandpa's, they're on their farm. Grandpa would be going to the store. I said, Grandpa, can I come with you? Yeah. I go, Grandma, is it okay? Are you going to be okay? Yeah, I'll be okay. You go with Grandpa. And I would be looking in the store and I was like, oh, this is, I was in awe that the things that we make are there, and I always had been in awe that, that you could actually buy stuff like that.
Hmm.
So anyway, but then when I got married and everything, and I had seen all the stuff in the store and had to go grocery shopping, I couldn't believe it. And I thought that I was paying way too much. So then I said, well, you know what? I'm going to have to build a garden so we can can things and and green beans, yellow wax beans. I can can those, and I can
Hmm.
can the tomatoes, you know. I can do all that, and because I didn't want to buy them, I wanted the tomatoes so I can make spaghetti sauce.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want
Oh.
to buy a can. I don't want to buy a jar of spaghetti sauce.
You can't taste the vine in those.
It just it don't taste right. And
It's bland. It's you gotta doctor it up so much.
so I bought that freaking jar of ragu.
You
Oh,
bought ragu?
back then,
No. Oh my
yeah.
god.
Well,
I'm shocked.
that become a base, right? That I'm going to have to add a bunch of stuff to it to even
Mm-hmm.
try to make it taste good. Although my ex-husband liked it. I
Oh.
mean, you're talking about his mom and dad had 14 children. So whatever they could have, they could have. So he was just lucky he was getting good food. So
Jeez.
if I would have just opened that jar and heated up the ragu and put it over the pasta, he would have been probably happy. But but the way I did it, and then making my own, buns and stuff like that. And I didn't like to buy biscuits. I made my own biscuits, and to make my own biscuits and gravy and stuff like that. Um, he was pretty much was in awe when him and I got divorced and he got remarried. He told his second wife that she couldn't cook like I could.
Oh no.
Billy come home and told me about it. So years later, I was on the phone with her, talking with her and stuff like that, and I said, and she brought it up. And she goes, yeah, one time and I said, yeah, Billy told me about it. And we were laughing. about it and
Mhm.
everything.
Mhm.
And so, and yes, her and I are good friends because once she got divorced from him and everything, I called her and I said, now you're divorced from him. You got 3 children, I've got 2. We need to keep those 5 kids together as mothers.
Yeah.
And I, no matter, if she liked me or I liked her, I actually thanked her for, for marrying him. But get him out of my hair. But, I wanted those 5 kids, to be able to hang around with each other and to know each other and, and stuff like that. But they're all adults now, so if they see each other, they see each other. If they don't, they don't. It's not on us anymore.
Yeah. It's crazy how big families were back then. 12 kids?
No, 14.
Holy cow, 14.
Well, she actually had 15, but one died at birth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 12 in my mom's family, but one got hit by a truck.
Yeah.
Poor little thing. But 14, oh my God.
Yeah.
My father's side was 12, I believe, 12 also.
Yeah. My 2 uncles, they had 10 children apiece. My grandma, she had 13 brothers and sisters. Yeah, it was, yeah.
You just wake up, Rochelle? Did you sleep good?
Are you getting tired, honey?
No, my eyes are drying out because the fan's on me.
Oh.
I might make some coffee or something. I'm trying to hydrate. Coffee just really dehydrates me so quick. Oh gosh, reminiscing about the past. That's so nice. There was so many good things that happened. But it was always in the kitchen too. Kitchen and at the dinner table. We always had like my mom's sisters over, my aunts. They were over often throughout my whole youth, like 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they were always around. We were always having big dinners, barbecues, and the cousins were over, and we were all always together. But once we hit like high school. After high school, it's like we all just separated. We all just spread out. Just didn't see anybody anymore. So weird how your life changes so drastically after high school.
Yeah.
Like all your friends have families now, and you're like, what? And it's like you're the only single one. In my case, I was like the only single one without family, and I was like, God, everybody run off to go have kids and get married, and
well, it seemed like it was the thing to do, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
I mean, I'm no, to me it's like, okay, now see, actually my mom didn't want me to get married. She wanted me to, and that's why the big thing around YouTube is because my mom wanted me to be the nun. She did. Out of us 3 girls, she wanted me to be the nun. So, and she was really pushing for that. Yeah, well, that didn't work.
I dated a guy who threatened to throw me in a nunnery. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? So you're going to be locked away. I'm like, you're crazy.
Well, next to the church, right by around the church area, there's where the nuns lived. My mother would take me there a lot.
Oh, try to get you used to it.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah, she would take me there quite a bit, and And then because we lived out in the country by then too, and then when we'd come to town, when I noticed that we were going that way, going, oh my gosh, we're going to go see the nuns again, you know. But Dad told my mom, we don't have time today. And I'm thinking, oh, yes.
Oh,
I mean, it's not like the nuns were mean or anything. Well, some of them could be, especially if they were your teacher in school. But
right.
um, and the principal, she was something else. She liked carrying that big yardstick. And I kid you not, and oh, she was something else. Um, but I did have a teacher. She was a nun, and I thought she was pretty. I
Oh,
really did. But you couldn't see none of her hair but her face,
mhm.
and she was always so nice, and I just loved her. Her name was Sister Jacinta, and there was one time I was sitting at home and I was watching. I happened to see something on the news, but I didn't pay attention to what
Mhm.
was being said. So I seen this swastika, right?
Oh.
And they must have been talking about Germans. I don't know.
Mhm.
And but anyway, when I went to school, they were talking about you can get back when they had paper grocery bags, you know, the brown paper bags,
Mhm.
and you can cover your book with them and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And you'd be
yeah.
able to color on them and everything like
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
So I ended up, and Sister Jacinta said, you go home and you can do that, if and make some bags and decorate your books if you want. So what I did was I'm coloring it and everything, and I put a nice little swastika on it. I was intrigued by it. I was thinking, I wonder if I could make that. So I went to school, had it on my desk. Did I get in trouble?
Oh, oh my
I got sent to the
gosh.
office. I didn't even know why. What did I
Oh
do
no.
wrong? I didn't. I remember. What did I do wrong?
Oh.
I didn't know nothing about what that swastika meant. You
Oh.
know, I was only in second grade.
Oh my God.
I was lucky I drew the damn thing right.
Oh, you got it so right that they noticed it.
She knew exactly what it was.
Oh
She
my
said, "What did
God.
you got this on here for?" Oh my God! And as sweet as she'd been, and always, but that was the first time I ever heard her raise her voice, and it was at me. I was
Oh.
so, oh my gosh. And I start crying. I don't know what I
Oh.
did. What did I do, sister? Sister, what did
Oh.
I do? You're going to the office. I thought,
Oh.
oh, I'm going to see that nun,
Mhm.
principal with the yardstick. Then I got even worse, but
Oh my gosh.
still not knowing what I did wrong.
Oh.
And then I ended up, you know, they told me that that was not acceptable, that it was a bad thing, and they really didn't explain it all to me. But I guess they called my mom.
Mhm.
So when I got home, it was explained to me what was wrong.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah, and why it was wrong. But I was crying. I go, Mama, I didn't know. Mama, I didn't
Oh.
know. I seen it on TV, Mama. You know, and
Oh.
she goes, it's okay. She said, it's all okay. Everything will be okay when you go back to school. You know, and I guess she did call. And she said that I didn't know, which um, I would have hoped that they thought that that was true because
Yeah.
why would I do that? I'm in second grade,
Yeah. I
you know.
never seen that stuff on TV growing up. No.
Well, back in those days, with the wars going on and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
and then that goofball was out there yelling, raising his hand, you know.
Right.
Um, but yeah, you learn your lessons. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
and I remember the one time. Well, because my mama would always sit instead of between our legs. She always called it the Susie. Believe it or not. Make sure your Susie's cleaned. Make sure it's
Oh my God.
constant. Make sure it's clean. You gotta make sure it's clean. And so anyway, I went and there was this little where we had a little phone thing where you could you set your phone on, and it was like a little you could set on it as well. So I stood. So Mama kept on. Did you make sure you washed yourself? I said, yes, Mama. So I went and did. What I did is I went and got a wash rag and everything and stood on there in the kitchen, and I was washing it for her to see me.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. So
Showing her. See?
So I went to school one time, back in Sister Jacinta's class again, and so she was asking questions and stuff like that, and she looked at me, and she said, Susie, and I'm looking, and she said, Susie. And she come to me, she goes, Susie, I busted out crying.
Oh. Why?
Huh?
Why?
Well, so she's crying. She don't understand. I'm inconsolable. And she took me to the office. She walked me to the office and she goes, she's crying. We don't understand. And I go, Mama. So they called my mom. So my mom had to walk up to the school. So Mama came in to the office and I go, Mama, she called me my private part. Why did she call me my private part?
Oh my gosh. That would be confusing.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm just thinking how crazy shit was and how innocent, believe it or not, innocent I was.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And years later, like when we moved out of town and we ended up, actually it wasn't years later, but I'm just saying when I got into third grade, we were moving out to the country. And so I went through third grade. I did my grades and everything and got good grades. But the thing was, I was used to a Catholic school where you had catechism, you went to church at a certain day, and you had, you had to walk alongside the wall, and you had to do that. There's certain things you had to comply with. And me trying to get implemented from a Catholic school to a regular school, a public school, it was hard for me. So they told my mom that I should be held back. I think my dad said no, but my mom said yes, and then it ended up they held me back. That was one of the worst things they could have done, because it's not like my grades were bad, and I don't think it should have ever been asked. My grades weren't bad. It's just me trying to get used to the whole public school.
Mm-hmm.
But then, several years later, I met up. I went back here to church one time, and Sister Jacinta was there, and I hugged her, and she goes, "Boy, you've gotten older now," and everything, and I just loved her.
Oh,
I don't care if she got mad at me for that swastika.
oh my God! I can't believe you did that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sitting here talking. God, I hope Mike hasn't been listening. Next thing you know, there'll be something else in the works.
Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3. He'd be probably just getting ready to get up for work right now, huh? Oh, he's not working on Sunday, does he?
Well, if he's
I
a
don't know.
farmer, if he's a farmer,
Oh
never
yeah,
know.
every day, huh? Because he always says he gets up at 4.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I know
I've seen
he's an hour behind me, so I don't know what.
he's
Yeah.
2 hours ahead of me. So it's 1:46 here.
Yeah. It's 3:46 at his place.
Yeah. I'm seeing some clouds rolling in. We're supposed to have thunderstorms today. I'm excited. Excited to have it cool down a little bit. But I love thunder. I love storms.
Mm.
We don't get them often, so when they come, I really appreciate it.
Well, I would imagine. But see, those kind of stories like that is where my grandkids will say, "Grandma, tell me a story." Something happened. You know, all my grandkids enjoyed it. You know, I got 3 grandchildren in North Carolina right now that live there, and my oldest granddaughter, she would call me. She'd go, "Grandma." I go, "What?" She actually calls me Queen, and so do the rest of them, but sometimes they do call me Grandma. But she goes, "Queen." She goes, I just wanted to call you and have you tell me a story." And I go, "I don't know what kind of story to tell. You know, it's not like it comes right off your head, you know. What can I tell? You know, it's just like it becomes part of a conversation, and it takes you back when you're talking about something."
Mm-hmm.
So, and I would just ask her, you know, "Well, how you doing in school first? You know, I want to know about you first. Well, how you doing in school?" And then that would bring up maybe something that happened to me while I was in school, which I didn't tell her about the swastika one. I did tell her about the Susie one, though. Yeah. So.
I remember when I was in kindergarten, I don't know why, what made me do this, but maybe I was hot. But we were all, you know, how they always used to make us sit in a circle, and the teacher would sit in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, she was telling a story or
Story
something.
time.
I just took off. Huh?
It's story
Yeah, story time. And did you ever get padded? Did you ever do nap time in your kindergarten? Did they ever do nap time with you guys? Where we actually had little small, tiny little like trampoline cots. They were like literally rectangle little trampolines that you would lay on with this thin blanket, and they would pat you up and down to get everybody to sleep. I remember bouncing up and down, boing, boing, boing.
No.
We had those, but one time we were in a circle sitting there, and I don't know why I felt compelled to do this. Maybe because I was hot, but I just like took off my shirt. I was just took off my shirt, and everybody was like, "Oh!" And I was like, "What's wrong with you guys?"
Really, somebody a child in kindergarten, really, you know, seeing a little girl without a shirt was nothing in my day,
Yeah,
because,
like
you know,
it was like totally forbidden. Like everybody treated it like I just did something horrible. Like they were in shock that the teacher. She's like, "Rose, what are you doing? Put your clothes back on." It's like,
well, there is a
wow.
place and time that you don't take your shirt off.
Yes, I remember that so clearly. But everybody's so shocked, and my classmates, they were all they were just like shocked, like someone's gonna get in so much trouble. I was like, what's the matter? What? What? Why are you looking at me?
It's just the innocence of children.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I hated clothes, especially the ones that my mom put on us. She used to make our clothes. They're always itchy. Oh, I have to wear this. Oh.
Yeah, when you have to live through the wool time when everything was wool.
Yeah. Hi, Joyettes. Oh, wool or that scratchy. Yeah, the scratchy stuff. Oh, the scratchy. It's like on the arms and the legs. Ooh. I used to wear these stupid little things called these little jumpsuits.
Oh
They were like
yeah.
really tiny shorts with these spaghetti straps, and they'd tie right here and just
Hmm.
run around. They were usually bright yellow and ugly colors. Like, well, yellow's not ugly, but just like a floral pattern. And those things. I wore those a lot. It's like, God, it's weird.
Well, it becomes ugly when you have to wear it all the time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These long pajamas sewn up to here to your neck and all the way down past your hands. And oh, this is a bird front. Usually like velvet outside, but scratchy inside. Oh.
And
Thank
it's
you,
like,
X.
and times have changed, and me looking back, and I remember, when I'd be sitting there and we'd be watching TV together, the family, and my mom and dad would say, "Kids these days." She goes, "I don't know what they're going to do when they get older and have to
Oh.
live their own life," and I'm thinking, about that. I look back at
Mm-hmm.
that. I'm thinking now, oh my God, kids these days, you know. I mean, yes, we becoming our parent? They thought that we were going to screw up the world, you know. So, and I'm thinking, how can I mess the world up, But
Yeah. That's would take a whole lot of screwing up.
but it's happening though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting kind of crazy. I mean, in this big city, it's unnoticeable, really, because there's so many people, and if you
Yeah.
just stay home, you don't really notice any of it, unless you watch the news.
Yeah.
Like, if you stay out of it all, you kind of don't even notice. I don't know how long it's been since I put gas in my own car. I don't even know what gas prices are right now. Usually, because I never really drive my car anywhere when I'm in the city. But my hubby always takes it for a checkup or something. He'll usually feel it on the way home, so I never have to feel it or anything. So it's real easy to get lost in limbo,
Hmm.
especially around here.
Yeah, and at least like just the other day, Abel was out and we were talking, and he was hugging me and telling me I was the best grandma, and I said, you know, how do you know I'm the best grandma? And said everybody thinks that way of their grandma. He goes, I've seen other grandmas, and you're the best grandma. So he because he does go over to his friends' homes, and they got grandmas and stuff like that. I don't know what the grandma does or whatever, and he just
Mhm.
he just thinks I'm the best grandma. But I said that's because I'm your grandma, and that's why you think that.
Mhm.
And I also told him, I said, I'm not the best grandma. He goes, why? I said, the best grandma is my grandma. And he asked me what I was. I said, I had always strived to be like my grandma.
Mhm.
She taught me so much on how to treat her grandkids. And I said, and that's how I wanted to treat you, my grandkids. And he goes, well, that's what makes you the best grandma.
Aw, that's so neat. That's like a unbreakable bond.
Mm-hmm.
I never. You're so fortunate to have that bond. I never. My father's mother, she was long gone before I came here,
Mm-hmm.
and then my mom's mother, she was just. She's just kind of very quiet. I never really seen her, like I said, and never. She spoke really strong Spanish, and so when I was little and she was alive, we were raised to be seen and not heard. So I
Mm-hmm.
never really talked to her very much because we weren't allowed to really speak when we were out. So I never really had a conversation with her. I was so little. I remember sitting at her feet looking up at her. She was just like looking down at me like I was a cockroach.
Well, and now speak without, you're not, you're supposed to be seen and not heard. We went through that as well.
Hmm.
Um, but because of the adults, when they're talking, they don't want kids interrupting, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Um, then I still think that, that in a way is okay but then why have us sit there, you know?
Yeah.
And see, now my grandma was, if there's going to be adult talk, you go off, you go outside, go play. You go, you can go watch a little TV or whatever. It's not like you're going to sit there and be quiet, you know, and listen to adult talk, you
Hmm.
know. No, Grandma didn't think the adult talk was for the kids as well. I don't think so either, you know. But also, if there were certain things that I needed to talk to my grandkids, I would talk to them. And, if they were 6 years old, I would try to talk to them, you know, for a 6 year old. I wouldn't
Hmm.
use big words, but, I never treated them like babies, or talk to them like a baby, but I would try to explain things a certain way. But a lot of people are raised to be seen and not heard
Hmm.
because, like, I'd go to my aunt's and um, a bunch of Italians get together and everything, and um, I would sit there. I didn't want to go nowhere,
You
and
might love it.
I
Just
was
scoop.
seen. I was seen, and they didn't have to hear me unless they asked me a question. But you get all these Italian women together, and their husbands are in the living room talking, and these women are together, and I'm sitting there, but they're talking Italian. Okay, so I'm trying to learn everything. I'm trying to learn and listen to what they're saying. Well, a couple of them, well, they got to get up and they got to get the food because you got to have food. You can't have people come over and not have any food. So,
That's so awesome.
Susina, come to the kitchen, and so we'd have to get the food, and so I got to get up and help in the food. I know kitchen, I've been in the kitchen many a time, so I know kitchen.
Yeah.
I can go in there and help, get the stuff on the plates and get everything prepared and, and stuff like that and bring it in. And, I get to then they tell me to take it to my uncles, that are in the living room, shooting the shit and everything and talking and everything. But I got to be a part of it as far as that as well. But I wanted to hear what the goings-ons were and them talking about certain people and, and stuff like that. But we also had the Italians here in town where when my aunt came, we'd have to go to the Italian homes and sit and talk and, where I was the driver. Okay. So I was older. So I was able to be seen and heard. And when they start talking about people and I go, who are you talking about? Oh, you don't need to know. I said, who are you talking about? Because I know they're talking about somebody here in town,
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to know. And I keep on. So they tell me, I go, no. And I'd argue with them and stuff like that. You got it wrong.
Because you would know, huh? You would hear it from everywhere else and put it all together.
That's because sometimes they only heard half of the story,
Yeah.
So sometimes I'd have to chip in and tell them, no, this is what really did happen, or at least what I heard,
Mm-hmm.
But I think they kind of enjoyed the bad part of the story. How people are.
Yeah.
They would rather believe the lie than the truth, because the lie is more easier to send out and tell people. The truth, what kind of story is truth?
Mm-hmm. That is exciting.
No, it isn't.
Oh, goodness. You were we call that kind of person like, you didn't really, kind of like the newspaper, right? The newspaper, the news.
Well, and see, like my brother, he lived in another town. My sister, she lived out of town here, not too far out of town. But then my other sister, she lived in Pennsylvania, and my brother was in the service. So, I was the one, just even growing up, I was the one that would go to a lot of the Italian homes with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
So that the Italian part of our family and stuff was more me. And my brothers and sisters would say, "You're more Italian than I am." I said, "Yeah, you got the same family." Yeah, but you're hanging around those Dagos. Yeah, they call. Oh, did you see the day go by? My dad would say, "Hey, Ma," out of the blue. He goes, "What?" She goes, "What do you want?" He goes, "What does a flat tire sound like?" She goes, "I don't know what." He goes, "Wop, wop, wop, wop."
Oh my God. Never heard that one before.
Oh. Because that's what they used to call the Italians. WAPs.
Uh-huh. I
Mhm.
know. Are they still using that word?
I don't hear it.
Yeah.
You
I think you
know.
hear it in movies every now and then. Older movies.
Uh-huh. Well,
Probably Joe Pesci in it.
yeah.
I
Oh,
could hear him
Joe.
saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then she would tell my dad. She goes. They had papers when Grandma and Grandpa came over. They came over on the boat. They came here legally, right?
Hmm.
And so my mom would tell my dad, they came over here legally. They had papers. Stop saying it. He goes, then he would get up and he'd shake his ass a little bit. Wop, 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 wop. She'd get so upset with him sometimes. And then she would talk Italian the whole time for a couple hours. She'd get so upset with him.
Is that word an actual abbreviation, or is that the whole
It's
word
without
of the
papers.
meaning?
It's without papers.
Oh, is that what that means?
Mhm.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I never knew that. I can't believe I'm barely learning this right now after all these years.
Yeah. As long as you're upright and your eyes are open for the, you always can learn something.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah. But
I've
that was
never asked anybody.
but that was more supposedly of a degrading thing to call an Italian as a WAP.
Right?
And also a Dago,
Oh,
which I don't know why that. But um but the thing was is that it was used in our home because my dad figured if we were going to hear it outside of the home, we're going to hear it inside of the home, but we're going to have fun with it.
uh,
So if somebody was to call me a WAP, I
mhm.
would laugh, right?
Oh,
Because it was funny in home. Now,
yeah.
if we would have sat there and made a big deal out of being called a WAP and how hateful it is to be called that,
Uh-huh.
if somebody would have called me that, I would have been upset. But because the way Dad handled it inside the home, it was more fun because, Mom was getting upset about it, but eventually it became nothing.
Uh-huh.
But so if I was called a WAP, which I had been at times, you know, you just laugh.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, is she crazy? Well, first of all, you're crazy for calling me that because I don't really care. You know, I was born. I was born in the United States, so why call me a WAP anyway? Um,
Yeah.
but because of being Italian, they just call you a WAP. Thinking it's funny, or insult or whatever. But
Oh,
like I
it's
said,
kind
but if you take it into your home, and I kind of appreciate Dad's idea of it.
of, mhm.
If you learn some kind of way to make it not so hateful, you know, then you're not going to feel bad if somebody does call you that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I laugh about it and walk away. You know, I'm just this crazy old wop Italian walking away after being called a name. They must
Oh,
think I'm crazy. I don't care.
oh my gosh.
Hey.
I guess there's a word for every different race, huh? Without,
Oh, oh,
in a sense, without papers, but different way of saying
derogatory.
it.
Yeah. Now, see, I could go on Ella. Several years ago, I went on Ellis Island and I typed my grandma's name in, and
Huh?
which my grandpa's name, because grandpa came here first and got the house, and he got his job on the railroad, and then grandma came over, you know.
Mhm.
Then she ended up coming over, but she came on a boat. and it even said the boat she was on and everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah,
God,
yeah.
I wish I could get. Uh, we're so mixed. I don't know now. It's crazy.
Huh?
Our families. We're so mixed. It's,
Uh-huh.
I don't know where it started from.
Well, I just went on Ellis Island and typed her name in, you know, and
Is that a website?
yeah,
Really?
ellisisland.com.
I never knew that.
Uh-huh. Because if that's where people would come in to United States legally on a boat, or and they would dock there, and then things. But also, my grandma, the thing was is that when she was on that boat, she had her maiden name on there,
Oh.
and grandpa, he had his name,
Hmm.
surname. Well, anyway, and I was like, wonder, and I didn't understand why is grandma got her maiden name and not her married name, because she's married to grandpa.
Uh-huh.
And I'm thinking, oh, they weren't married? I'm worried. You mean to tell me grandma and grandpa weren't married? Because she still got her maiden name. I'm all wondering what in the world's going on. So I happened to go visit one of my cousins, which she was from over there, from Sicily. So I went and talked to Anna. I said, Anna, I was on Ellis Island, and on the boat it shows grandma, and
Hmm.
then also it has grandpa as well. But grandma doesn't have grandpa's last name. Were they married? She started laughing. She goes, no. She said, it's because she didn't take it. They didn't have his last name. She didn't take his last name. That's the way it was back then, for some reason. I
Uh-huh.
don't know I don't really remember the whole story she told me. But then when she came over, then she had, by United States law, she had to register with his last name, being married, because she had her marriage certificate and everything. She had everything that she needed, birth certificate, blah blah blah, you know. So she could become a legal resident here in the
Hmm.
States, which Grandpa did too. Um, so yeah, they got, and then once it became, then she had his last name. So yeah, but I was stunned. I thought Grandma and Grandpa never were married. My mom, my mom, she was. My uncle was born with and they were born with not being married. I mean, thinking back then,
Uh-huh.
nowadays, now, it don't matter. Uh, but I'm just saying back then, you know, are you kidding?
Holy cow, this is a crazy search here, the Ellis Island. It
Hmm.
tells you the ship and everything that they
Yeah,
came in on.
yeah.
But if they came in on the ship, why would their last place of residence or birthplace be United States? What does that mean? If they're already from the United States and they came in on the ship?
Um, I haven't been to Ellis Island for quite a long time. Um,
Um,
but no, I would type in their name, and that
shoot, I don't remember my grandpa's name on my dad's side because he was actually German and my grandmother was Aztec. So and I don't remember his name. Shoot.
but that's only if they come through there.
Yeah, I don't even
They,
know.
now, and they may not have come through there, you
Yeah,
know. through Ellis Island. Because, there's different ways now, that they just fly a plane in here. And then,
Right.
but
I
a lot
don't
of,
even know how they found each other. It's such a weird combination.
uh-huh.
So weird. They could just go take a trip into Mexico and swoop her up and bring her here through Texas, I'm sure. I don't know.
Never know. I'm sure the wall can't talk.
Yeah.
Not that we had it then, but
They were such an odd couple. It was so weird. Totally different nationalities,
well,
but they had many kids.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, they enjoyed the differences.
What's funny is that they all looked they were all dark, like
Yeah.
grandma. They were all dark like her,
Yeah.
already born tanned.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And it's like, where me, like that, even my brothers and sisters, not even just because I hung around the Italians, but they'd always say I was more Italian than they were, because, even my skin pigment and everything. I said, probably because it wore off on me, because I was around them.
Yeah.
And I ate more of the Italian food than you did. But
You experienced a deeper the culture, deeper part of it.
right. I mean, my youngest brother, he, when we lived on the farm, so when he was just a little boy when we moved out there. And so when he went through school and everything, and he graduated, he went right into the military. So, and he was in there for 12 years in the military.
Wow.
And, but, so he wasn't really around them too much, I mean, yeah, we would go around, but he was still young, and and things like that. But he wasn't around them as much, and
Yeah.
My brothers and sisters, my oldest brother and sister are twins, and they were around them, but they weren't. I don't know. They just didn't seem. It's like we live with it. Why do I even need to worry about it? Go visit these people. They'd like to stay to home.
Yeah.
So me, I want to go. I want to know what's going on. And so I was always the one. But yeah, life is an experience. Let me tell you.
Yeah. It was a great reminiscing of the past. We're almost coming up on 4 hours, so how do you feel,
Sure.
Miss Kathy? Think
Huh?
I'm gonna close her down.
Okay. All right.
I really appreciate you hanging out, and
I didn't bore you with my stories.
I love them. I love them all. They're all wonderful. And I don't think any of these can be made into or misconstrued or warped or bent. Hopefully not. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You never know.
I know, right?
You never know.
Someone's probably listening. They're going to report to the genie and let him know.
or he's gonna see that I was on here. If he even looks back and he sees I was on here, he's gonna listen. Oh, there's the story. Oh, there's the story. She never shut up. She never shut up. She just went from one story to the next.
No, they were all wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stories.
Well, I usually don't try to tell too many of those.
Yeah.
Most
Oh
of
my
the time you
gosh.
don't have time.
Yeah. You can't fit that into an hour session. There's no way.
And that's why I say is that stories like that are like what my grandkids enjoy listening to, is things
Hmm.
like that. And, and it's because they want to know their heritage as well. And,
Yeah.
you know, and then when they get on, and I said, when you have kids, you're going to say, well, grandma did this and grandma did that. And grandma, she cussed like a sailor.
Yeah. Don't you do it, Rashid. Look what he did. Mike, Mike, Mike.
No, Roger.
You brat. Rashid.
See, we didn't even have to say his name, and he already knew who we were talking about.
He's all laughing. Crazy Roger.
You stop your laughing, Roger.
You stop it.
Now, what's going to happen is that if Mike goes live and Roger happens to go over, his fingers are going to do a lot of talking.
He's gonna spill the beans, huh, Rashid?
Yeah.
He's giggling. He's like this.
Devious Roger. There he goes again.
Oh my gosh. I gotta do a painting live soon, or clay something. Do something. I can do something.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, Miss Kathy. I'm gonna
All
get
right,
to bed.
honey. All right.
Thank you so
care.
much.
And here I was only going to come up for a few minutes.
Oops.
It went by quick, though, I think.
It did. It's crazy. The time just flew by. I enjoyed every minute, every second.
Well, I hope I didn't bore you.
No,
because
no,
I'm
not at all.
I'm used to not talking as much, so.
I know you're always just there, but it's nice. It's not a great conversation.
I don't really talk a whole lot when I'm in my own home. Somebody asks me something, I say something, and if I want to tell them something, I tell them, and and I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a preacher. I don't preach.
Mm-hmm.
So
I totally get it.
But remembering back when, that's,
Yeah. Those are nice memories.
Thank you. I appreciate you listening to them and, helping me remember the good times.
Yeah.
Some of the goofy times, some of my innocent times.
Now go watch your Susie.
Can't forget that one, will you?
I love that. So cute.
She wouldn't leave me alone. She told me to wash. She didn't believe I washed it. I thought I was going to rub it off. All right, honey, I'll let you go.
Okay, we'll see you later. Thank you.
Okay. All right, honey. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. We did a wonderful 4-hour live for those 5 of you that are in here. Maybe some of you are sleeping like Rashid and woke up again to say hello. Joyax, thank you for popping in. Thank you, Miss Kathy. And who else was? I know that Scully Pops was in here, but you can't hear because he's got his sound off. So people are probably sleeping. And Benti, thank you for popping in. So I will be doing some subscriber videos pretty soon. So keep an eye out for those. And thank you all. Not subscriber, membership videos. Susie, membership. I will be doing some of those very soon. I'm working on those. And hopefully everybody has had a great weekend. Happy Sunday to everybody. And we will see you all soon. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, Miss Kathy's been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Miss Kathy. And behave, Roger. Behave, you, Rocher. He said he'll try. Thank you, Miss Kathy. What a wonderful conversation. I really like those kind of conversations, and we were all over the place, but reminiscing about the past is, I think, a very healthy conversation, and it's really one of those things where you want to sit down with the nice, get all cozy and get the lights all right, and just let it all out. It's just good times. Thank you, Cockroach, for coming in. It's good to see you too. And I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you guys later on today, doing something. We'll see you guys. Have a good night. Have a great day. Have a great evening, and have fun, whatever you do. We'll see you guys. Thank you, Cockroach. Okay, let me find my extra. Where is it? Somewhere around here. All right, here we go. Bye, guys. Enjoy your coffee. Oh, I got a new coffee creamer. It's coffee toffee Bailey's. I can't wait to try it. So, have a good night. Oh, Cockroach, this is for you.